Peace and salute. It's showtime. Smoke it up. What? Yeah. Okay. Baby Ruth. Yep, that's my new avatar. It's my boy from Goonies. Baby Ruth. He wanted that Baby Ruth so bad, he smashed the chains off the wall. Peace, look within. He said, Baby Ruth. I watched that again last night, some of the Goonies. Well, just that part, because I wanted to laugh. That guy is busted looking. You could tell, though, when you watch the movie, that it's the mask. It was pretty bad done, because you could tell they didn't blend in around that eye. Not the eye that's sagging, but his other eye. And in the movie, you could tell it's somebody under a mask. Like, they did a bad job of blending it. But that was the 80s. I'm going to start off with a couple pictures from Marcel. Just 3 of them. But this is look at it, in 16 years. 2003, such beautiful times. Look at clean, nice and energetic. 2 years later, they began with the cell phone stuff. 2 years after that, and then all of a sudden, 13 years later, after 2007, boom, this shit looks like don't this remind you of like a cancer? Look how little it is here, I think. Is that something? Yeah, no. Yeah, there is little spurts of it. Real small. No, I don't think that is any here. Anyway, then it starts to spread like a cancer, man. And now, we're screwed. If we don't fucking... I know it's good to connect with each other, but... Excuse me, we got to figure out better ways to communicate cleaner. Yeah, from black holes to gender roles. Meet the new woman of science. This is hilarious. Yes, sir, that is fucking hilarious. I mean, everyone was in high school production. Yeah, this guy, like, what he says, it sounds good. You know, he's a good manipulator, but he ain't good enough. Yeah, that's about it. It sounds good. That's it. It don't make no sense. Every time they get caught lying, or their globe gets deflated, they would send him to look stupid. They even used Obama when he said, we don't have time to sit down and have a meeting. It's because we would destroy their entire concept. All we would have to do is present one thing, and that's pour water into a cup and say from micro to macro. Boom. Their whole ball went. But you would get your theorists, your people that are theory guarders, or theory keepers. You know, like gatekeepers. Well, these are theory keepers. They base everything on a theory, right? They'll stem it off of they'll stem their theory off of a thought they had that you can't prove. I'm trying to think of one I could use. Gravity. Neil deGrasse Tyson admits you can't measure gravity. Okay. Huh. But you can measure buoyancy and density. And that's where it should stay. They got to put all these magical comic book shit like gravity and schmavity. But yeah, their whole concept's destroyed. And most people don't want to like people just don't, you know, because people make fun of it. People don't want to be like, yeah. Theosophical cabal, figure divine. Deus, triunus, exhibit. This is raunchy right here. Raunchy. Elohim. It's the duality now because you got. He said, I keep my money in my right pocket because the devil was a lefty. Woo! Here's their chaos theory. Every time I see people with makeup, or when I go to buy soap to wash my hands, or I walk down the aisle and see shampoos, I can't help but to think about they've cloned Tyrone and how they're putting stuff in chicken and all that. But I also can't help but to think, what have they put in there? It's like, can't even fucking be clean without worrying. Trying to find, I got many pictures that I could line up with this. It's interesting how the moonlight's shining on this flower and the sun is giving light to that one. Globus Cruciger, Globus Cruciger. I found this. This reminds me of the Ouroboros, but for some reason its tail has another head on it. Huh. Now, that picture I showed with the dragon, this right here is Colt Leopach. I can't say his name. Colt Leopach, hip hop, whatever. Yeah, so this picture, yeah, that's what I mean, man. It should go back in order the way see, now it's gonna play games. Here it is. So this picture, dragon one. See, now this all of a sudden came into play. This stupid picture. It was supposed to be that other picture. We'll get back to that one. Here it is. So I have to, I wonder if I could make like, prepare a folder. I'm going to start doing that so I can show. So I'm going to start synchronizing a lot of pictures because I see so much synchronization going on. Who's in here? McCoy, Peace, Christos, Paula. Peace to everyone. But this dragon right here, I got to synchronize to. Let's see if it'll show it now if I go backwards. Of course not. Why should it? Why should it? Anyway, this too. It has the serpent feet of Abraxas. Even though that's the infinity sign, this reminds me of the serpent feet, the two-headed serpent. Then we have the Globus Cruciger I found right here. But this Globus Cruciger has the snake wrapped on it with the pine cone at the top, like the pineal gland. And the cross represents a person. 2 arms, here's the body, and the cone is right where your head would be, the pineal gland. These leaves could represent the aura, or the light coming off. The snake's going up the spine. And then you got this 3-headed roach. That's a roach. You got to step on it. Yeah, these beasts look crazy. Oh, come on, man. What's going on here? These beasts are bugged out looking. Now here's one of the seven-headed beasts. It also looks like the Hanukkah. And the Hanukkah is also, you got the 7 original stars, including the sun and the moon. But you also have the North Pole right here. And all the so-called planets spinning around the pole. That's what the Hanukkah thing. Or you want to get technical, you could say the arms. One arm's the sun, the other arm's the moon. And then you would have your 7 stars or planets up here. That's 9. But the arms are down instead of up like a touchdown. This person got their arms down, which is symbolic to something. Here's another picture of the 7-headed beast. This is Mesopotamian or Sumerian. That snake's about to bite him right in the forehead. He's about to hit him with a billy club. More like a silly club. Haha. Now this beast is something you don't want to run into, man. This fucking thing, man. It's got bare hands. It's got a snake coming out of its body, literally. It's got 1 horse leg and 1 goat leg, or horse and I don't know what the other hoofed animal is. Yeah, goat and horse. This thing's screwed up. There's more pictures, right? But I didn't download them to here because they had wee-wees hanging out and the most ugliest women beasts with their boobs was sagging like a half-filled balloon. Now this, my friend, is Saturn, the Grim Reaper, Anubis, the Grim Reaper, Anubis, who else? Saturn. Oh shit! There's more too that align with the Grim Reaper. The Angel of Death, that is the Grim Reaper, and the 4 Horsemen. One of them looks like this, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But let's get back to these. This is an eyeball. Looks like our realm. Now here's the 7-headed beast behind this woman. Yep. Here's the one I showed yesterday. When me and Bex were joking about the arm being like this. It looks like they're holding their arm. Yeah, Kronos. Okay. Just checking out the chat. See, and that's crazy because yesterday I said this. I said this looks like the India the way the body's shaped, like Krishna. But I think it's Krishna or the other one. But this is Krishna, but her body, excuse me, isn't shaped like it's the figure they use at CERN. Their body's all crippled like this, and at CERN it does the same. That's what I should have looked up. Hold up, let me get that picture because I need it. I need it. I need it. I need it. Let me look this up. Stop it. Here we go. Shiva. Okay, okay. Shiva. I'm a non-believer of Shiva. Shiva. Let's save this picture. I'll put it here for now. Miscellaneous. Okay. Peace, Paula. Did I say peace to Paula? Yeah. And this right here is something new I found. It reminded me of the caduceus, but there's no actual staff or spine. But the serpents, these kind of look like worms instead of serpents. Seven-headed beast hair, two of them. Here's another. I found a lot of these beasts from all over the realm. There's the bee here. What's wrong? My bad, I had to get more coffee. Two. Yeah, this is seven-headed. I don't know what this is. beast got a head for every day of the week. Peace, native. Shiva sounds like some weed. Fire in the bowl, brothers. Pine cone seed. I know the pine cone, they say, represents the pineal gland too, but hold on. Heard the door slam. Said she's here.
Good morning, Joanne.
Fucking people yelling. People always yelling, man. Yeah, this one's gonna come out crappy. So small. This one looks like it has 7 lion heads, if I'm not mistaken. Look, it's got like a Gretchen body. Because it got the claws of a bird type feet. With the tail. Like, where are these beasts, man? It's gotta be. These beasts might have not existed. It could be 7 countries. But who knows? Look at this thing. And they never put, hold on, let me see, before I say this, never. Yeah, they don't put labels on these pictures. Seven-headed beast everywhere. Every country, every... It's in China, I think, or it's either India, Philippines, China, or Korea. This is Sumerian. See the pine cone he's stepping on? He's got a dress on, for fuck's sake. What's wrong? They've been cross-dressing for a long time. Even the aprons the Masons wear look like a mini dress, man. Look at this 7-headed psychotic thing. Why is it going to this? Okay. Back out, back out. Baby Ruth. Where did I leave off yesterday? Alright, so I'm going to look up 7-headed beast So it's in Revelation, seven-headed beaster. Seven-headed beast. Let's see what they got to say in Sabbath school. I need this one for my collection. Because this is a seven-headed beast that I've never seen before. So, okay, what does it say about the seven-headed beast? The angel explains that the seven heads are seven mountains. I knew it. Do you want my mountain, man? So which mountain are we going to find Jesus on? Mount Sinai? Or is it going to be Mount Zion? Which one? Anyone? Anyone? Mount Sinai or Mount Zion? Whoever guesses it right ends a free trip to heaven. So you can sit down with Jesus and get a lesson. The first lesson will be Jesus is a fraud. No, I'm joking. So the angel explains that the seven heads are seven mountains. Some translators think that these mountains allude to the seven hills upon which the city of Rome is situated. This Rome, man, I personally think Rome is fallacy. They say all roads lead to Rome because it's a bunch of cocky pock. That's why it leads there, to throw you off. For this reason, they translate the Greek word oroi, or oroi. Yeah, oroi. With the oi, or oi, mountains as hills. There are seven kings too, who are symbolized by the seven mountains. Also, these mountains are successive, not simultaneous. Okay? These mountains do not symbolize individual kings, because Revelation does not deal with individual persons, but with systems. Told you. In the Bible, mountains often symbolize world powers or empires. In biblical prophecy, kings represent kingdoms. Thus, the seven mountains symbolize seven great successive empires that dominated the world throughout history, through which Satan opposed God and harmed God's people. While I opposed the system, it could lick at my ball sacks. And I'm God. So I guess Satan opposes me too. But when I'm all pissed off and I'm thinking negative, I let Satan get the best of me. From John's time perspective, five of these empires have fallen. One is, and the other has not yet come. That would be China. China's next to fall, but they have to rule for a while. While no single view has been agreed upon by all Adventists, interpreters, Adventists. What are they venting? Adventists? Many hold that the five that have fallen are the great kingdoms that in Old Testament time dominated and on occasion harmed God's people: Egypt, Syria, Babylon, Media, Persia, and Greece. The one is kingdom was the Roman Empire of John's time. So yesterday I was showing the double-headed eagle, which I'll show in a little while, and it showed a lot of people that supposedly put Jesus on a cross, if that ever happened, are flying that flag, which would be Russia, Germany, Poland, and other people, but Byzantine Empire. John is further told that the scarlet beast is an eighth world power, although it is one of the seven heads world powers. Which of the seven? Because the heads are sequential in time. The eighth must be the seventh head that received the deadly wound. It is at the time of this eighth world power that the scarlet beast appears, carrying and advancing the goals of the harlot Babylon. Today, we live at the time of the healing of the deadly wound. The eighth world power will appear on the scene right before the end and will go to perdition. Yo, that's all they talk about, man. 42 years, and all religion talks about is the end, the end, the end, the end, the end. Keeping people in fear, like we can't change this world and make it better. We got to depend on God to do everything for us. When we're the ones that made it shitty, so why don't we get our shit together and make it better? Everyone wants God to come and destroy everything and kill everyone, and when we could fix the problem ourselves. I don't want God to come and destroy everything. That's the worst. Who the fuck looks forward to that? These people are doing resets. It ain't no damn God in the sky. The devil is a motherfucking liar. So is Jesus. The government is pulling this shit off, and people think it's an actual God in the sky. Oops. What the fuck, man? I'm gonna type this again. I don't know. That's all religion talks about, man. Like they just love destruction, man. I love Revelation. That's when everything will end. Right? Creator gave us life, and I've said this before, and people yet that's a huge thing to even have time here in this realm. But yet people want this God in their Bibles or books. There's many of them to solve all the problems. I don't think any God, as shitty as we're doing, you think a God's going to come and end everything? Why? We're ending ourselves just fine. You know, Mr. Sky Daddy would just sit back and let us do it ourselves. Why did God have to step in? We're doing it just fine. We'll be annihilated in no time. Keep eating poison food, inhaling fumes, and all types of shit. We'll be gone in no time. This God or this deity don't gotta lift a finger. We're doing good on our own. Yep. That's how I call nonsense in Revelation. The description of the woman and the beast upon she sits in Revelation is one of the most difficult passages in the book of Revelation. It's more like revelation. Let's look up the word velation. Curious here. Take a second. Exit out of that. I want to see the word velation. Like, I've always said I don't need no Jesus to save me, man. The Creator, velation, the act of a process of veiling, or the state of being veiled, the formation of a velum. People's theory. I look at religion as a theory. We could fix all the problems now, but why is religion always all about the past, right? Religion don't talk about now or the future. It's always about, except for Revelation. That's the only chapter that tells you things will be better when God comes. Well, I've been hearing that for 42 years. And if you look into history, right, we could get technical. People have been waiting thousands of years for this God to return and fix everything. I say we could do it ourselves if we would get off our bunions and put our foot down, grow some baluskis, some balls, some baluskis. Velation. So revelation, the act or process of veiling or the state of being veiled, the formation of a velum. Now, what the fuck's a velum? Gotta do all this shit. What's a velum? Membrane or membranous part resembling a veil or curtain. Okay. So revelation. You're relifting the veil. That's revelation. Oh boy. I put seven-headed beast around this realm. I want to hear all the different stories of this beast, but what does the 10 horns, 10 crowns, and 7 heads represent? I don't know about 10 horns. Check this out. Oh, look at this guy. The 7-headed something. Is this thing sharing? Nope. Why should it be sharing? Like, I know people look to Jesus and stuff, and I'm not downing anybody. I just see things differently. Like, even as a young person, I used to think, why do we gotta wait for Jesus? We made this mess. We need to clean it up. But I think people use religion as an excuse, a lot of people, because they'll say they don't want to do nothing now to clean anything up, so they hang on to this savior to come and do it all. Because if I said we could clean this mess up now, how many people you think would help clean it now? Or would they say, Jesus is coming, we'll wait for him? What do y'all think? I respect people's views if you know. I'm not downing anyone. I just see something wrong with people saying someone's going to come and solve all our problems. And the reason why I see a problem with it is because my grandfather had waited his whole life. How many other generations of people waited 80, 90 years and nothing happened? When in reality, they could have done something about it right then and there. And then revelations wouldn't need to happen. Just thinking of this God, right, destroying this whole place and all the innocent children and women dying and all the animals suffering, unlike they're already suffering, but the sea is symbolic of the size of the Gentile nation, which is to say it's huge, having 7 heads. The 7 heads are 7, we already know that. The 7 mountains located in Israel. Now, didn't they say the 7 heads aren't simultaneous, meaning they're not back to back, they're spread around the world? And now they're saying the 7 heads are in Israel? Come on, man. Make up your mind here. These 10 horns representing 10 kings that have no kingdoms to rule over. We could put Biden in there. He's one. He's a fucking joke. These kings, when given their kingdoms, will rule in one of the 7 forms, once used in Rome. Like, and another thing, man, when I read the Bible and all these preachers, the Bible predicts the future because it's all part of their plan, man. They wrote the Bible to play out this way, so then people, you know, like the God said in Thor, he said, because the guy said, "Oh, your sire, your kingdom's wiped out. I'm the last of your kingdom," or whatever. And he goes, the guy was saying his daughter died for you in your name. And he goes, that's what you're supposed to do, is suffer for the gods. And he goes, your sire or whatever, he goes, you have no more kingdom. Everyone is gone. And the God in that Bible, in the intro to Thor goes, there'll be more. There always is. You know, and he called the guy a dog. And that's what you're supposed to do, because his daughter had died suffering, starving in that God's name, or that deity, more or less. Try to break that program of calling them gods. Well, they are gods. They're probably normal people, but they give these gods superpowers, right? Shooting lightning out their hand when in reality they had weapons. So that god treated the guy like crap, and that reminds me of these religions, man. There will always be a follower to follow them. There will always be a follower, just like the system, you know. Even if we walked away from the system, there will still be people that will follow and want the system. It's just what it is. So there had to be 20 horns then. If there's 10 crowns, there had to be 20 horns, 2 on each dome. These crowns are called diadems, which are the ornamental headbands of kings. These crowns are symbols of the beast's right to rule, which is given to him by Satan himself. So a crown, oh my God, someone shut these fucking dogs up. Jesus Christ. Where are you, Jesus? Crowns remind me of halos. And it says these crowns are symbols of the beast's right to rule. That's crazy. Crowns, Taurus fields, halos. Take it back to the root of a lot of this as scripts, as Dean says. Yeah, it's all scripted, man. That's how they know the future, man. People say, it's like that clip I showed in my short film, my short videos that I got from X-Files. Remember that show, X-Files? And she says to the guy, how do you predict the future? And he goes, we predict the future because we planned it, or something like that. And that's exactly how the Bible predicts the future, because they wrote this a long time ago. And they play it out, and people think they predicted it. So that's that. You know. Look at these cities, man. Look how little the people are compared to these cities, man. We definitely stumbled upon the city of giants. I like this picture right here. There's miscellaneous. Boop. Boop. I'm going to use that and edit it. I'm going to put some stuff and make me a meme. Alright, seven-headed beast is getting pretty fucking boring. Why? Oh, yeah, seven-headed beast worldwide. Should I say worldwide? Symbolism. And yet I get the Bible. I don't want the. How could I not get the Bible? Let me think. The seven-headed beast. Let's say China mythology. Let's try China and see what they say. Right. I couldn't believe that crystal I got and how I could feel the energy coming through it, man. This is mind-blowing. But I know people say Satan and crystals are evil and they have spirits attached to them. I don't know. Like Native said, man, a theory is like a bomb. Everyone has one, or something like that. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, snap. Did I have this picture already? Yeah, but it was different. They reversed it. There it is. There's the original. Wow, that's completely different. So in the other one, they took this woman out. Women clothed in the sun. What? Seven-headed dragon. Let's check it out, dude. Dude. Let's check it out. Come on, man. You ain't gonna let me copy it, you scum lord? Won't let me copy it, yo. Yo, piece of scum lord. Oh, these people suck. There could be a nice picture and then I can't get it because unfortunately I'm going to save this website and I'll come back to it. I'll be back, Godbody. Don't worry about that. Let's see what this picture is going to look like. Is it going to be worth saving? Or is it going to be a waste of my time? It's not that bad. Could be worse. Look at this one. From whence the beast? This picture. Is it going to make it bigger? Or is it gonna... Oh. Trying to see the name of this beast. It's the dragon beast. Seven-headed dragon. Italian. And it almost looks like Statue of Liberty right here. In that little picture. Won't let me make it bigger, but that's alright. I saved it, so. This is what the Bible talks about right here in the woman's writing. Nobody even put that picture. It did it itself. No one even did this picture either. Like, come on, dude. I wasn't even pressing that picture. It was this one, this one. Yo, these people gotta be stupid. This is it, look. The seven-headed beast with the seven kings. How interesting. Oh shit, that's the whore of Babylon. I didn't even know that. That's the whore, yo. She had screwed all those beasts. Damn it. She probably got Slurpees. I mean herpes. Alright. Seven-headed beast, obviously. Oh wait, I fucked up. Excuse my language. I'm gonna try China again, but I'm gonna not look at pictures. I want to go to websites. The pictures, to me, like, they don't show better pictures. They'll show you a few and repeat it in the picture, in the image part. You're better off going to websites and take your time searching every website, because you'll find way better pictures, key pictures, that they don't show you in images. I've learned that through time and time and time, just researching. Red China, seven-headed scarlet beast in Pinterest. So, that don't look like a dinosaur, yo. What's wrong with people, man? Are you kidding me? The Babylon whore is riding a dinosaur. Oh, boy. All right. That was stupid to come here. Okay. Seven deadly monsters in Chinese mythology. Now we're talking. Actually, no, we're not. I didn't mean seven deadly monsters. But we'll see what they're talking about. Oh, here we go. Ox head and horse face. What's up with that thing? Let's see what it looks like. Damn, dude. What if this was your chihuahua, right? Imagine walking this down the street. I don't even think a pit bull would fight it. Oh shit, why is that up there, man? I don't ever really hit. I've been on the computer, so I don't know how, but Christos is my favorite thing is healing. It's crazy that's up there. I didn't even hit that. Alright, Native. I might wrap up myself, man, because nobody's here for the most part. So I might just like dip out of here. It says I got one person in here. That's sad. That's sad, B. Nah, I don't want that. Fang. These Chinese monsters suck. Like, I knew it was going to be. I want to look up the double-headed serpent. I've been trying to find better information on the double-headed serpent for a while. Double-headed serpent. Esoteric. Esoteric. Oh yeah. See, it's the same stuff. I got this one picture here, which was good. But for the most part, they give you crap. That's why I say your best bet is to go to go website to website. Let's see what Wikipedia says about the double-headed slither. The slithering sloth. The double-headed serpent is an Aztec sculpture. It is a snake with two heads, composed of mostly turquoise pieces applied to a wooden base. No one cares about that, sorry. The sculpture is of an undulating serpent with heads on each side, sort of like the Ouroboros, but with two heads. A single block of cedar wood they used to make that. Nice. But I didn't want to know the construction of the freaking thing. What was that? What the hell? Oh, phew. I thought he was doing something else. The Codex Kingsborough, also known as the Codex Tepet Laos. I don't know, man. I'm horrible at pronouncing stuff sometimes. Throne of Weapons. That's a bad position to die in right here. Where is it? There we go. Right there. That's a bad position to die in. That's the cheeks up movement. Two-headed snake symbolism and spiritual meaning. Now we're talking. Whoa. Sometime today, computer. Peace, mind's eye. Nah. Trying to find like better stuff on the double-headed serpent. I know it's probably boring to most, but peace Marcel. Me on the other hand, it's not boring. Even though a two-headed snake sounds like something from Greek mythology or a fantasy movie, two-headed snakes exist, and this proves it right here. So, I fucked up. I put two-headed serpent. Now, that is not going to show up on the caduceus. That's two different serpents intertwined. Let's back out of here. I should have just put the serpent in mythology. Okay, now we're talking. They put the caduceus, the Ouroboros. Now we're freaking talking. Yeah, I'm gonna open the panel. I'm gonna open the panel when you guys wear a lumberjack flannel. I got Tourette syndrome. Ain't nobody in here anyway. Like I said, it's the price you pay when you go live every day. But I would do it regardless if one person came in here. Because when I'm researching, for the most part, I don't realize there's no one here. Right here. Serpents and snakes representing fertility or the creative life force. Serpents also look like sperm. Hey Marcel, did you see my new crystals? Serpent worship. Some form has oh, sorry D's. I dropped a link I'll show them in a minute, my crystals. Well, they're actually, if you go to my channel, they're in my community page. I just opened the box last night. And the person that sent me these crystals, the purple one, the amethyst, was the stone that I was saying, if people remember, when I was talking about my mother's stones. She would cleanse them, and she was into crystals and stones and incense and all that, but and she was vegan near the end of her life. And that was one of my favorite stones. This person had no recollection of what the stone looked like or anything. And the first one I opened was that purple amethyst, man. And it almost brought tears to my eyes. Because that's the exact stone that was my favorite. And the black smoky quartz, man, that thing's powerful. I put that bad boy in the palm of my hand and I could feel the energy. I'm going to put it on my forehead, see what it does in my third eye. Serpent worship in some form has permitted nearly all parts of the earth. The serpent mounds of the American Indians, Python, the great snake of the Greeks, the sacred serpents of the Druids, the Midgard snake of Scandinavia, the Nagas of Burma, Siam and Cambodia, the brazen serpent of the Jews, the mystic serpent of Orpheus, the snakes at the Oracle of Delphi, twinning themselves around the tripod upon which the Pythian priestess sat. The tripod itself being in the form of twisted serpents, the sacred serpents preserved in the Egyptian temples, the urias coiled upon the foreheads of the pharaohs and priests. All these bear witness to the universal veneration in which the snake was held. Manly P. Hall, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. All of the logoi, or logo, of all the ancient religious systems are connected with and symbolized by serpents. It was the emblem of the resurrection of nature, as also of Christ with the Ophites, and of Jehovah as the brazen serpent healing those who looked at him. That's the opposite of Medusa. The serpent being an emblem of Christ with the Templars, also the symbol of the Knuff is represented among other forms under that of a huge serpent on human legs. This reptile being under the emblem of the good genius and the veritable Agatho Damon. Like, we've been so programmed to hear the word serpent, right? Because of the Bible, people automatically think the serpent's evil because that's what we were told. And if people would just do research, they would realize, like, people think all the snakes in the world are evil. Even people think God punished the snake by taking his legs away. Well, what was the snake when it had legs, so-called? A fucking salamander? rainbow was associated with the cosmic serpent in African, Indian, Asian, and Australian traditions. The snake itself is a major symbol of axial and ascensional powers. It appears nearly everywhere as a magico religious link between the underworld and earth, and in imagery is sometimes given celestial symbolism by the addition of the wings or feathers. The most notable example of this is in the Aztec god Quetzalcoatl, a plumed serpent. So people even say Quetzalcoatl is evil. It's Satan. Because there's a serpent. But I got to give props to Bro Sanchez because he opened my eyes to see the serpent as energy or energy. And when I started to look at a lot of symbols like the caduceus or Hermes staff, which is the caduceus, the Ouroboros, which is like Tesla coil. I mean, not Tesla coil. It's it's infinite energy. The Ouroboros. There's different types of Ouroboroses too, but if you take somebody that's Christian and you show them pictures, they're gonna align all this stuff as evil. To me, that's the sight of the blind. They've been blinded by the lies. They know nothing else but the lies. But that's I'll say it's my opinion. I can't say. I don't want to say everything I say is factual. My bad, Christos. It didn't make.
No,
That's
good,
right.
bro.
I gotta set that up. It's a whole new.
I was just having fun throwing a bunch of stuff in the chat to get your attention. You're fine. Yeah, bro. I'm glad you dropped the link.
To put that sound, so when you come in,
I appreciate that you have the. That's funny, bro. Hey, I appreciate that you dropped the link, and I still appreciate the principle of what you're saying. That even if one person is watching, you're gonna do your presentation. That's good. A lot of people can't help but care about the numbers. I've been even guilty of that at times, for sure.
Me too.
It's hard not to look up at that number sometimes and like, base your next moves based off of numbers are dropping or rising. But a lot of the times, like, it is better not to focus too much on that. I think it's like a 20-80 thing or 70-30 or 30-70. It's like, it is good to consider as you stream over time, what gets people's attention, but at the same time, in principle, at the core of things, yeah, it's not about the numbers, it's about the content, the message, the knowledge, even if it's just a few people that's reaching. There's a lot of cool stuff that happens over here. I mean, there's a reason that I frequent here just as much as OTWs or more. This place just stands alone compared to other spots, man. The people I see over here, the builds that happen, it's very genuine. It's very down to earth. There's a lot of real people, like Bex, Marcel, McCoy, all the different people that come through over here. It's always been good. So, want to keep that going. There's some other metaversal nonsense going on right now that I don't even need to mention or participate in too much. So, I really wanted to talk about this type of stuff more than, metaversal musings at the moment. But yeah, bro, you were saying, what were you just saying about the underworld? Were you reading from something that sounded very interesting?
Oh yeah.
To do with the serpent?
Yeah, I'm reading. Well, yeah, I was reading from this website. just to see what they have to say about the serpent and the symbology behind it. Like how religion has taken the serpent and symbology and demonized it. If you look back at anyone's ancestors, they used the serpent as energy. Um, and other stuff, from what I learned.
Yeah, yeah, like the coil is very energetic,
Here we go.
conductive.
It says serpent worship is some form has permeated nearly all parts of the earth. The serpent mounds of the American Indians, python, the great snake of the Greeks, the sacred serpents of the Druids, the Midgard snake of Scandinavia, the Nagas of Burma, Siam and Cambodia, the brazen serpent of the Jews, the mystic serpent of Orpheus. Now, I want to look into that, the mystic serpent of Orpheus. I've never heard of that. That's new to me. So,
Yeah, that sounds dope.
we're going to look into that now. What is it called? The mystic serpent of Orpheus. Oh, oops. What the heck? Okay. I never heard of this, so check it out. Yeah, there is always drama. Um, that's why I just want to build over here. Like sometimes when we're just shooting the shit, that's fine. But a lot of times I want to build. Like seriously. Um, but I've come to learn every single live stream isn't going to be powerful, but I'm working on it. Orpheus and Eurydice. What's that? Greek myths? Greeka. We're going to go to the Greeka channel. Greeka. Are you a Greeka? I don't care about your cookies. I don't want cookies. The story of Orpheus and Eurydice, or Eurydice, is the ultimate tragic love story. Boo. Perhaps one of the most famous Greek myths. It has inspired many important painters. No one cares about that. Orpheus is Orpheus, not Morpheus. I wonder if that's where they got that name from. Orpheus and Orpheus. Orpheus is known as the most talented music player of the ancient times. Really. It sounded so much better when they said the serpent of Orpheus. Now, it's pretty lame. I thought it was going to be more than this. Sad. I don't want a love story. I got to go back to this. Was it this? Yeah.
You're supposed to be screen sharing?
Why it's not? Oh, what the hell?
Oh.
What happened? Now I'm back here again. Come on. There we go. What's up? Dude, this thing's fucking with me, man. I did it to you yesterday, Christos.
Oh,
What's up,
yeah,
Marcel?
dunking people.
Yeah, it keeps kicking them out. I put them in. Like, it's so
Seems like
aggravating.
lag. I feel like that's lag. Like, just as long as you're not continually clicking.
It did it again, dude. I don't know. There we go.
Yep, you're not continually clicking, are you? The only thing I could think other than some type of glitching with the computer or StreamYard would be you're lagging a little bit. So it's like the first time you click, it doesn't put them in. And then you click again, and by the time it's registered the first click, it puts them in, and then it's going to register that second click and put them right back out. So that's why I was just saying, as long as you're not like tapping the mouse a bunch trying to get them in.
Yeah, now I ain't doing nothing. It's doing it on its own. It's taking them in. You there?
Yeah, it's good now.
I booted them back out. Now I'll put them back in. I'm not doing nothing. I ain't clicking shit.
No,
I'm just
no,
sitting here.
no, bro. I'm looking at it right now. He's been in here the whole like past 10 seconds.
You guys doing?
Yep, you're here. We hear you.
Okay.
I don't hear them.
That avatar that you have right now, Charles, that's how happy I was on a Saturday night. The past.
Charles, can you hear him now?
I don't see him anymore now. I only see you, Christos.
Oh, okay, yeah. See the issues were on his end then, I guess. I don't know.
What wasn't that a picture of the Goonies? That
I think so.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm almost certain, even though I never watched that. I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. I was looking at that earlier. It's a funny profile picture.
Yeah. Yeah, as a child, it was one of the best movies just to watch as a child, in my opinion. But
I see what you're saying. Yeah, there's some stuff that when I was younger, I think I just heard you right. You said it was kind of weird to watch as a child. Is that what you just said?
no, yeah, that also, but also one of the best movies to watch as a child.
Oh, okay. I misheard you then. Yeah. Okay. Well, boom. I'd say a weird movie to watch as a child would be like James and the Giant Peach. Like that shit made me kind of uncomfortable, man. That was a weird. It was made by that Jack Skellington guy, Edward Scissorhands dude. That he makes, you know.
Well, I don't even know that movie.
Oh, okay.
Look it up.
Yeah, it's a book. It's an old book, James and the Giant Peach. It's kind of like a classic, but they made like a weird kind of Pixar animation version of it, just like the The Nightmare Before Christmas with that skeleton dude and his like
Oh, yeah, yeah.
wife or whatever. Yeah, the guy that made those, I'm pretty sure he made the movie James and the Giant Peach. And I'm sure there's a bunch of esoteric decodes like just waiting to happen. Actually, I mean, it's in all movies for real, but that one specifically, there's just something odd about it. It's kind of like the Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe,
No, I
Chronicles of
like that one.
Narnia. Yeah, it's like, yo, there's a lot of symbolism and hidden meaning in that book and movie as well.
Yeah, 69. The movie's from 69, right?
Not sure.
Is it director Henry Selick?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not a movie buff.
Yeah, it says here Disney Skeleton production. It depicts, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's like the same movies you described. Yeah. Well, no, I haven't seen that one. I have to watch that one sometime.
Yeah, but you recognize that style, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
What the?
My bad. Um, I showed you crystals, my crystals, right? Were you here yesterday? Probably not. I think it was Mind's Eye
Not
and,
sure.
and Lucid. But if you want to see them,
Yeah, I
they're in
wasn't there
my
last night.
they're on my channel and my community page there. Or
Yeah, I was just about to watch that one that from 11 hours ago, the one I missed when I was sleeping. But then I saw that you were live, so I thought I would go in the live.
yeah, that one was the Return of Lucid. Well, I have the other video too from earlier in the day, but I put it not private for the most part, but people that I have to send them the link. Um, I'm gonna end up putting it public. But yeah, the Return of Lucid.
It was amazing. You didn't even see that he missed a part of his skull before, you know?
Right, and the caliber of the pistol, man. That's why when I had gotten the phone call and his wife was telling me, I was telling Lucid that it felt like my soul departed. I couldn't speak. I didn't know what to say. I was in like super shock because I when she told me what happened, I was flashing through my mind was the picture of him showing me his pistol, and I was like, I had a 44 Smith and Wesson rubber grip 6-shot. They shoot huge bullets, and it's like a handheld shot. That gun. He had a longer barrel, but still the power on them things.
Yeah.
But the angle it hit him saved him. And I'm just there's Lucid right here. That's crazy. I'm just glad It's all right. He's recovered.
Yeah.
And like you said, when I seen the picture or the video on his channel, and I seen the work they did, I was like, wow. I was shocked because the way they sewed it, I think, it's just a miracle to know that they grew a piece to put there. And man, they did a damn good job. I mean, there's gonna be a scar, but so what? The hair will cover that. And it's like, it reminds me, like I always say, our body's like a car, right? Well, Lucid got in a car accident. He got his bumper smashed, and they just replaced the bumper. I'm joking. They did.
Well, no, those people sure can. You know, I'm not a fan of hospitals and all that, but those people that have done this, that they are, yeah.
It's like,
salute to them.
yeah, it's like magical, man. Like me personally, I couldn't cut people open. You know, this blood, the smell. Like I've been. I remember there was a time. It was my step-aunt. My uncle used to date this woman, and when he died, he asked me to take care of her. She had cerebral palsy. But anyway, this guy stabbed her, and she stabbed him like 8 times in his thigh and hit a artery on his thigh, and there's blood all over the living room rug. And all I could smell was metal. And imagine being a doctor, all that blood, the metal smelled. I couldn't do it. Well, no. It's just like anything else, man. If you get used to it,
well,
whatever.
I understand what you. Hey, Lucid.
What's up, bro?
You good? You?
Good, man.
Okay.
Just waking up. I felt my ears burning. I
Here
was
we
like,
go.
oh shit, must be on. Much love, y'all.
But I understand what you're saying, Charles, because when I was still at a child, and I was in still at 7 or something, 7, 8 years old, 9, 10 maybe. We would do a game at school, and they basically had to run across the schoolyard and basically tag. But if they didn't tag you, you made it, right? And you could go for the next round. And we would do that every day, almost every day on the schoolyard. And till one time, a guy from my class, he also made it, and he wanted to slow down, and he put both of his hands on the glass, but he basically pushed through the glass. And in reaction of the shock, he pulled his wrists back, so he cut his wrist. And,
Damn.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying with all that blood. I saw that as a young child, and yeah, that sticks with you. It sticks with you, man.
Ooh, you said he pulled it. Oh, man. Oh, fuck.
He made it, but it was a mess. You know,
Stitches.
Ooh, I would have passed out.
Yeah, it was more the shock to me. Just you don't know how to react. You know, if somebody's running across the schoolyard with blood, a lot of blood coming out of his hands. Yeah, this it's not fun to watch.
So what's up, Lucid? What you got planned for today?
Got court today. Fucking.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Fuck. Me personally, I hate court.
Yeah.
Because every time I would go to court, I felt like I have this fucking judge who's a prick, right? If they're in a bad mood and they didn't get a good breakfast, they're going to take it out on everyone else. Like these vindictive, evil judges It's like your life is in their hands, and these people don't even defend your rights. You could be completely not guilty. If the judge don't like you, he'll still smoke your boots, even if you're innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're making allegations against me. So whenever I got caught up with the DHS case, they're making allegations against me because of the drugs that I had in my system when I went to the hospital for my accident.
Oh my
And it's
God.
like, you guys can't fucking hold that against me. It's like, that was a medical emergency, you know?
Before your son was born, and they're
Yep.
see, this is what I mean about DCF and all these. That's crazy, man. That's why I don't like none of those places, because people don't realize, like, they want to take the children. You know, I get it. Some parents don't deserve their children, but I think 90% is how could I put it? It's like the state gets paid when they have children in custody.
Yeah.
They make good money, and the child only sees a portion, you know. So I see them as money-hungry vultures, and the slightest thing.
They're claiming that I can't take care of my child. And yeah, and it's like, you motherfuckers, you're discriminating against me because I have a disability now. And I'm getting ready
Don't say too much on here.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, because your case is open.
Yeah.
They're evil pricks, man. That's all I can
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, don't say too much, bro. Like I said, because your case is open. You never know who's watching. And just stay positive, man. And
Yeah.
you know what you got to do, bro.
Shit, they're gonna be amazed because last time I went to court, I had my damn cane, had my helmet on.
You look happier, more positive too, man.
Yeah.
You're like glowing with positivity, man. You're just so. I could see it in your face compared to when you came home from the hospital. It's like a whole new Lucid, man. It's like you should say, what's that saying in that rap song? The girl said, "Unwrap me from the plastic. I'm feeling brand new."
Yeah, man. Pretty much how I feel, man. I'm gonna go in there today and be like, "What's this about? I can't take care of my kid."
Whatever your case is about, like child custody, you have a lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell this guy the rights as a father. It always seems the court system favors the mother.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't right. Fathers have equal responsibility.
Yeah.
I just have a lot of my friends went through the same thing you're going through, man. And I don't know. I just don't like the courts.
Yeah. Bunch of judgmental pricks. I'll tell you that. The DHS case workers, man, they're the worst. They're the ones that gave me the most problems. With the discrimination. I'm about to hit the ADA up, Americans with Disability Association, and get them involved and see what they got to say then. Because I have rights, as being disabled, and I'm making a full recovery. It's not like I'm going to be like this forever. But they're straight up discriminating against me because of the accident.
And that's even worse in my view, you know. Come with this shit when somebody is more vulnerable than
Yeah,
normal.
kick me while I'm down, why don't you? You know? Fuck. Ah, but fuck it. I'm walking there today, and they're gonna be like,
Fucking
"Oh,
I said this last time. I gotta stop sleeping with my fucking fan in my face. I do it every night, and when I wake up, my nose, my sinuses are just fucked.
yep,
It ain't
same here."
pollen. Um, I've noticed too. All my windows be open in my apartment, and I was mopping my floor. I don't know if it's from the guy blowing, but there's like black shit coming from outside. It's all over. When I mop the floor, I can see it. I don't know if it's dirt or if it's stuff they're spraying coming through the windows. I think it's both.
Yeah, man. Fucking pollution, mainly.
Yeah, what about all those fires in your area? Has that something to do with it? The ash or something?
I don't know. Like Canada, I, I don't believe that whole forest. Like they show stuff with the forest on fire, but I seen a video with a helicopter was dropping fire. They call it a fire line.
Hmm.
How the hell are you making a fire line in the middle of the woods? The woods, you're supposed to make a fire line where you dig so the fire can't go past that. And then you light a fire from where you dug so it'll burn out towards the fire that's coming in. And then it'll burn out because there's nowhere to go. Nothing to burn. But these morons were dropping the fire in the woods. Like, what the hell are they doing?
Basically, starting the damn fires.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But they're using direct energy weapons too, I think. Let's look into that Canadian fire. Cause I could anything news. I could play on here. Anything news you're allowed to use.
Whoa, what the hell?
Come on.
I just found this.
What's that?
Ah, shit. Canadian fire video. Wow. It's looking bad, folks. It's looking bad. Yeah, you didn't see it right, Christos. Yeah, they were called. They were setting the fires called what I just said, a line. I forgot what it. They do that. They start a fire in front of the fire that's burning, so it'll burn towards the fire that's burning, and it leaves it nothing else to burn. I forgot what it's called, a line fire or something. Yeah, you clearly seen a helicopter dropping fire from it. I know I wasn't seeing shit. Well, let's see what's going on here, Johnny. Damn. Here we go. Now we should have no problems. Where's my sound, yo? I hit pause and it's still playing, yo. Oh, what? Damn, son. Wow, look at. Is it me or dude? You can hear me, Lucid? I mean, Marcel,
Yeah.
Lucid. Oh, wow, this is weird, man.
Lucid dropped out a while back.
No, he's in the back. He's in the back. Yeah, this thing is acting up, man. It's not even worth me playing. The headache that comes with it. There you go.
Oh, there you guys are. Here I am.
Domenic, how do you say that? Tersini. Domenic Tersini. Peace. I'll just say Domenic. Domenic or Dominic. But I'm gonna jump off of here, I guess. Damn, I went through all those pictures a little too quick. But I have tons more. But anyway, I did 2 hours for the most part of showing pictures, and that's my goal every day is at least 2 hours to open up. I'm gonna go to my phone.
Charles dropped out.
Charles dropped out.
Oh.
Oh shit.
I was at my garden this morning. I had to trim
Oh, yeah.
trim It's was growing a little bit too high, so I still got a few cucumbers and a bunch of apples,
Sweet.
berries, so I can eat healthy again for a few days.
There you go. Yeah, I was visiting my brother this last weekend, and man, he had hundreds of cucumbers. I was like, man, dude, what you gonna do with all them?
Baby Ruth. Damn, I just got a thing from my phone company. They sent the thing. You have 10% of your hotspot left. It's like, damn. And I've been doing periods of 2 hours on each session. And yet, I don't know. I never went down there, truthfully, to I was looking at the prices though of what they charge to buy more hotspot. It's
Fucking
ridiculous. Yeah, it's not even worth it. So why am I gonna go talk to them? They're just gonna pitch me those prices, and I'm not paying that. That's crazy. It's like buying gigabytes. It's the same difference. So now they give you unlimited gigabytes, which I have. So now they're gonna try to get their money by charging me for the hotspot.
Yep. Double.
It's all good.
That's how they do it, man. That's how they make their money.
Yeah.
Fuckers.
They already make good money because
Yeah.
I'm paying 75. It was 80, but if I pay for my phone, 75 a month, unlimited everything. It's a signal. That's all. You're paying for a signal.
Yep.
That's dirt cheap. And if every single person's paying 75, unlimited everything, they're making bang.
Oh hell yeah.
It's
You're
insane
making that.
the amount of money they already earned with all those selling all that stuff. And to know in the back of your head that it's already supposed to be free, you know?
Yeah.
They're just criminals in my view.
And I gotta pay to get more hotspot. Everything's ridiculous. To do loads of laundry, $250 a load. That's crazy, man. Now I gotta get $40 in quarters every month.
I remember you.
$80 a month to do laundry. I gotta buy.
Get up.
I gotta buy the soap.
Shut up.
Which is expensive. Like when I go shopping, the prices are just. I could spend $120 in the grocery store, and it's like, what did I get?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wonder the same things every time I buy some stuff. Yeah, it's insane.
And I think the government says, they burn all these food places down, the processing plants, so then they jack the prices up. Or one will catch on fire, two, and they'll make such a big deal out of it. It'll be the least ones, too. They'll burn one that has barely any business. And then that's their excuse, or this bullshit war. They blame, like, people believe that it's Russia's fault we didn't have oil. And I'm like, how? We have our own pipelines right there in the Gulf of Mexico. How is it Russia's fault?
Yeah, and that's the same in Europe as well, including in the Netherlands where I am. We have still a lot of oil in our ground, including gas, but they don't use it anymore. And
They're saving.
they blame other countries for the lack of gas and oil, which there is, but they say there isn't. It's so insane. It's beginning. Beginning
They're
to-
narcissistic, man. They're always pointing the fucking finger when it's their fault.
Yeah.
Like I said before, man, I'm so grateful. When I would go to my Gramps, he and I'd be playing on my Matchbox cars on the floor. He would sit on his throne. I call it the throne. He'd sit in the same chair. He's had it forever. It was so old, the chair was lopsided, like it had hydraulics and shit. And when you would sit in the chair, it was like you were leaning in a 65 Chevy with hydraulics. But he would watch CNN, and I would listen to everything he was saying, and I'd be all bitching and complaining, calling them crooks. And I would ask questions like, why do they say all this stuff and not do it? You know, why do they promise the people all this stuff but never ever you follow through with their promises? Yeah. So firsthand, I got to see through my Gramp that these people are crooks, and they're the real criminals. And I would question too. I'd be like, well, how are these people really stealing money if it's all accounted for? And then I would think, well, they could print money on the side, and then or that accounted for shit is bullshit. They're printing, you know. Just imagine owning a money printing machine, right? Who the fuck isn't gonna print extra money for themselves? Just be honest, like I would too. Being honest, why not?
What was that? I seen it was called the bogus machine, and they would print bogus money. Counterfeiting machine.
Dude,
that's badass.
I love my crystal, man. I've never, ever, ever owned one like this. Ever in my life. I never thought in a million years I would. And I'm not no bullshitting, bro. This thing, I put it in my hand, I can feel its energy. This thing is like a generator.
Yep.
And I never knew they had black. You think they're dyeing these things? Or are they really black?
No, that's radiation is what they call that.
Oh no.
Basically, trapped radiation. Solid light.
I wrapped it in bubble wrap because I don't want them to cling together because crystals break. Very easy. But this
But
is the first one I wrapped. Somebody said, I'm going to send you crystals, Chuck. And I thought, you know, little crystals. I didn't think it was going to be nothing like this. This is the first one I unwrapped. This is the one that was my mother had. The same exact one. When I was explaining that it looked like a rock on the outside. Sorry for my dirty bowl there, but. And the rock on the outside. And it had the purple, like I was picturing when I used to look at these, and my mom had this hitting the stone as it's like this, and then looking at, and it's this. Yeah, man, this is insane, man. I almost shedded a tear when I seen this because I just couldn't. This person had no idea that this was the exact one, and it was the first one I opened too at that. So, what's the chances? It made my fucking day yesterday. I feel like I got the one back that my mother had. It's almost like my mother played a part in this. I love this thing, man. It makes me want to go and hit rocks, find stuff like this. I gotta come out to Lucid. I know where Lucid is. There's tons of crystals in the ground.
Yeah, we'd have to go up to the mountains for sure, but yeah, dude.
I'm gonna go out there. It'll probably be next summer, but definitely coming out there.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to come out this year, but I know you were going through stuff and all that. And now you're going through this stuff, which to me is bullshit, man. You shouldn't, I don't know. It seemed like your child, you know, your son was on the live that day. He had everything he needed. So you're not a neglected father. Oh, he's gone. What the hell? Yeah, Lucid ain't a neglected father. So, like I said, my opinion is these places go after people to get the child to make money. You see dollar signs. The system is so corrupt. No lie, when I see the word system, my first thought is corruption. Always. When people mention the police, my first thought corruption. Mayors, politicians, corruption. It just, all the way to your CEO of a food corporation, corruption.
Yeah.
Like we've talked about, Marcel. How does the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, how the fuck does food that gets people sick get across the FDA and onto our shelves? It's not supposed to happen. Oh, if you eat small amounts of it, you'll be all right. Like, what? That's not even supposed to make the shelf. Who's paying them off? How's it getting through? And then I've read tons of stuff on the food coloring and the dyes. And I read the FDA did experimentations with rats on the dyes. And they were like dancing around the fact that it's no good. A rat is so small, it's not the size of a human. So it's still getting sick, the fucking rat. So yeah, you gave it little amounts. Just make it in the macro level. It's gonna get anyone sick if the fucking rat's sick.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Yeah, and not only that you know that a lot of food is bad, but eating healthy. Try to find healthy food in your neighborhood, you know. And if you do, see what you have to pay for it. You know, people in my situation or maybe other situations, it's difficult to always eat healthy, you know, just because of the price of food.
I gotta look into that. It was Dominic. That's the name. Jeez, what did I say before? It's Dominic. I just looked at it and said Dominic. I was calling it Dominic or Dom. Wow, man, what the hell is wrong with me, bro? I couldn't even read a simple name, Dominic. Anyway, Shungite. I heard about that. I gotta look into that. Yeah, like even nowadays, like try to speak, truth, and not opinions. Even though everyone has opinions, which is fine, because I learned a lot from people's opinions, and but you could present all the fact, like that day you and me, Marcel, were presenting facts on the water leveling, on the guy just dancing around it. Can you prove it? Can you prove it? Let me see. I wanted to get a glass of water and throw it at him.
Yeah.
People get in their feelings. all it is a globe, man. Why is everyone so mad that? That's why that guy, the picture I showed you sent of Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's hilarious. I showed that in the beginning of the video.
It was
He
funny.
won't, yeah, he won't debate because he knows he'll get embarrassed. He debates any true so-called flat earther, right? That label, he'll get demolished. Even ODD-TV offered to debate him. So did D Marble. I like D Marble, but he hasn't been dropping videos. Maybe he went to another platform. D Marble did experiments.
But all the phonies are running right now. I don't know if you
Yeah.
heard about the Netherlands, but a lot of people in the politics are resigning and basically trying to get away from what they've caused.
What? Uh-oh. I told you they were gonna run and try to hide underground. I know it. That's their plan. And then when they know we're coming to get them, to put them away, that's when they're gonna strike and try to reset
Hmm.
because they know their time's up.
Oh yeah,
People,
sure.
huh?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if they were going underground, but we will definitely uh, arrest them eventually. You know, for the crimes that they committed,
I can't
because
wait.
because they all knew what they did. Come on, you know.
We got to get through to these Trumpers, man. These Trumpettes. All they do is it's the same as fucking religion, man. People depend on a politician to. When I tell a lot of these Trumpers and Patriots, I say, aren't the people the power? What do we need to wait for this fucking joker to make any change when we have the power to do it? You
Hmm.
know, why keep waiting on these phony politicians to do anything? They've never done anything good ever. Yeah. Oh, wow. When it involves money, fuck the money. Um, if they were truly for the people, they wouldn't allow these corporations to dump poisons in the fucking waters and put that shit in the food. Even Putin made it so you can't consume GMOs or grow them, or you'd be labeled a terrorist and put in prison. Why the fuck isn't the greatest country in the world doing that? It's
Well,
crazy. It's mind blowing.
because they aren't so great anymore, and the same is for Europe. It's all corruption at the top. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I think
They, it was,
the people are mostly kind and good people, you know. And but yeah, wisdom, you know, most they haven't taken valuable information uh, and read it and all that, you know, and they are basically programmed to listen to bullshit on TV and radio and never get real knowledge. You know, yeah, that's basically it. You know, and whatever the reason it is, if they're too busy with their family life or have a job that takes a lot of time, and when they come home they are tired and they go to sleep. But yeah, it doesn't change the fact that they missed out on good information that's very important in this time and situation we are all right now. And but yeah, like my grandpa and dad always say is if you want to change something, you have to do it yourself, even if it's just a small thing. You know, it starts with something small. You have to change. Yeah,
it's like a snowball
yeah.
effect going downhill.
You can't wait for somebody else to change it. You know, you have to do it yourself. And that's different for everybody because you know a lot of people are financially stuck, basically, because they basically, if they pay all the bills, they still have only a small portion left. You know, like in my situation, but I can still do things, you know, even if it's little, you know, like a garden in my case, you know. I eat healthy, you know, most of the time at least. But yeah, if everybody would do that, we wouldn't be depending on the supermarkets anymore, slash poisoned food, you know.
Huh. Lucid said it's hot spot. Booted him out. Peace, Dominic. He said I'm there on the panel. It took 2 buses and the train to get on. Can you hear him, Lucid?
Okay.
I can I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Marcel?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Can you
hear
hear
you
me?
now.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Do you mind if I share?
Go ahead.
Okay. So when people throughout the world, regardless of what government they are, and you're hearing words like, we're here to represent the people. Just in case you guys might already know this. They're actually not talking about the citizens of those nations. That's their lingual. People would be in the old days called nobles. We're still classified as peasants, citizens. So whether it's in America, Canada, the chancellors in Germany, the prime minister in England, you hear their scripts and usually the people that are speaking. So that's why when we hear terms like, we're here to pass a budget, the ones that are represented, we'll say the elected politicians, they're actually not making those scripts. And this is why when people in different countries pay property tax, let me change the word, they're paying tribute. Once people become aware of it, then it just falls into place. Well, they were never there to represent us. No, they never were. Anyway, just to share a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the illusion that we play on ourselves. For them, whether or not we understand it, there's other systems going on. And that's why we get this technology. If people want to play with the whole ideal of where are we? We're in some ruler's kingdom, and it's serving us to whatever end to anchor us here. You want Wi-Fi? We'll give it to you. You want the thousands of different languages of alchemy language? We'll give it to you.
Yeah.
That's under the premise you think you're the vessel. That's why most people spend most of their lifespans working hard or easy or efficient to feed and shelter that vessel. Who you truly are don't need that. But I get it. We're going to play this game, and I enjoy playing it. That's why we can communicate with, like, say, I heard you talking earlier about crystals, you know, or singing bowls. That actually feeds the essence that we are. This is why when people do Reiki, what energy is it affecting? The body can be affected because it has many different astral planes surrounding it in what people call chakras. Okay. I went a little bit too sideways on that one.
Yeah, that energy around the body, that's absolutely true. I've experienced in quite a few occasions.
And that's when you start understanding when other technologies introduce to us, such as radio frequency, electricity, Wi-Fi, nuclear energy. How does that affect the vessel? How does it affect all those other planes, such as emotional planes or mental planes? Even the physical plane. The physical plane, more times than not, most of us are underdeveloped because people forget about the 7-year cycle when you first get rebooted into this program. I'm just using today's lingual program. So even the language we use, that's what the ego uses. That's its own program. So all the different languages we use with the ego, you know, whether it's spoken, English, Germanic, Hebrew, Sanskrit, and then there's other languages, numbers, colors, Braille. So those are all different ways we can communicate with each other. Still fun, guys. It's still fun. You know, it's like when people want to argue with each other, debate. I said, so are you seeing it through their senses? Well, not really. So then what are you arguing with? You're pushing energy back and forth. Go ahead, Sugar.
It's like where people are arguing over what they're regurgitating, and they created all versions of what's being regurgitated. It's almost like they designed it to keep us arguing.
It's part of the anchoring process, yes. Fiat currency is this one. The ones that are in higher position beyond what people call the Illuminati or the elites, they don't play with money because they understand money is just an IOU. It's the energy we have to exchange to change things. Gold has its own property. Think about certain people in the Egyptian time. Some of them were able to consume it. Same with people that do blood, you know, taking in blood. Everything has a property to it, but not everybody actually can consume it. So think about, you hear stories about, oh, somebody just did an organ transfer, and all of a sudden they're getting memory now. They probably have the ability to actually read the memory from what we call blood.
Damn
right. But I don't have that ability. Or some people can play musical instruments and they can see what they call colors.
Yeah. Huh.
Well,
Oh yeah, they've definitely stolen a lot of from us in the past. You know, with the cathode cathedrals. You know, with the organs in it, the musical organs and the frequencies, the healing frequencies that they've removed and replaced with other harmful frequencies. So yeah, I think it's all-out war against everybody. You know.
Well, Marcel, there is a transformation going on the earth right now. There's different species they want to inhabit it. You know, the human vessel was its own experiment, and we reside within it. Now, whether people are aware of it or they want to play with the concept of belief systems or knowing, but it's always been going there. There's people that rule, there's beings that rule over the trees, over the water, over the body. I think sometimes they play poker and whoever loses have to rule over the human race.
Well, that sounds promising.
Yeah, here you could try with that. Sorry, go ahead.
I think there was like a big war in this realm. Like if you look at Africa, they have those big craters, and people say, "Oh, those are comets." No, they were weapons.
Yep.
Like these people have always had high weapons, like the Caduceus, the what's the other one? The Vajra, it's called. I showed that the other day. All these high-tech weapons, like direct energy weapons.
Well,
I just want to say real quick, I found a map. I don't know if it's official, but it's before Africa had the desert. It was a lush jungle, and then someone dropped bombs over there and annihilated that whole area, turned it to desert, just like over here in the States. The what is that called? The Grand Canyon.
I saw that at Martin Luther, those maps. That the whole of Africa there was still basically full of big cities, you know, and forests and lakes and all that. Yeah.
Castles too. I found a map that there was castles everywhere, just like people call Tartarian. When Tartaria was just a country, it wasn't the whole realm, but there was castles everywhere. They could have been energy stations. Who knows? But
yeah,
there's somatic symbols on all of them. But just the map I found with castles everywhere in Africa, I'm like, where did they all go? Peace, McCoy. What's up, Kimbo?
Not much. I was just listening in. Yeah, I thought that was pretty pretty let me say interesting what you were saying there, Dominic, about how, like if this group of people wins, they get to rule over this and that. I was like, wow, that
Yeah.
could you imagine
What if
that?
it's a game of chess, Dominic? Instead of poker, they play a game of chess because Masons like to use their chessboard, the black and white
Right?
static on the floor. They probably play chess, and if you lose, like the Queen, the drag queen of England, probably lost in a battle, and she got taken out. And now you got Prince Ding Dong over there.
Right? Like the chess pieces. We're the chess pieces. Or the people are chess pieces. It's like really.
You're
Yeah,
giving the
the
human race
giant.
too much credit. Sorry, you're
The
giving the
giant.
human race too much credit. They're not even the pieces. They're not bored. So now on top of it, there's a hidden hand. And the thing is, you could play anybody chess that knows how to play chess as long as you're not caught up in the outcome. It's not about winning and losing. It's about observing it. So whoever these people are, these beings, that's what they're doing. Anyway.
Dominic dropped a bomb. He said, "You're giving us too much credit. We're just a board." Woo! Matter of fact, we're the people holding the board up.
Right. Right.
Could be if you're going to
Could
use
you
your imagination.
imagine? A group effort, right? A group effort. Some of us are holding, some of us are being moved around, and some of us are being taken out. Period. It's crazy.
Who wants to be the puppet with a bunch of strings on them? Strings on top of strings.
I'm in the capstone.
You're yeah, but Chris, so sweet. You and your own little vehicle, like how I am. Yeah.
And my love interest is Jewish as well, so that automatically puts me at the top because how these people are in the truther communities.
Yeah, right.
Thinking that Jewish people run everything, and I understand there are a lot of Jewish people in high power places of power, banking, porn industry. Yeah, I get it. There's a bunch of some politicians, but at the end of the day, to be on the whole Jew world order stuff, I can't get down with that, man. I think it seems like a rabbit hole, a distraction. And Zionism is a completely different thing. It's like these dudes that are like repping Zionism and like want to like actually cleanse the world, and they're hiding out in Israel, and even some of this Black Hebrew stuff that was going on there for a while, and it was like in the cultural hype. It was like in the collective being talked about a bunch when Kanye was talking about blacks are the real Jews. And, it's very bizarre the amount of narratives that exist in this day and age that have been spun and continue to spin through decades and centuries of just a game of telephone throughout time and space. And here we are running with a lot of these things still, falling into rabbit holes and getting down the wrong path and not going within. As I'm going to give a shout out to Look Within in the chat. He's still here. He's a good dude, and he comes through to a lot of good streams, man. I appreciate what he brings, even though he doesn't hop on panels all the time.
Am I the only one noticing? Yeah, I agree with that, Chris. I feel the same way every time I see that name. I'm like, oh, how good. A nice little analogy to remind people. Am I the only one that's paying attention and seeing that they keep coming up with different stories that are having us look further and further away from us? Us, space, here, below, down over there, down below, down everywhere, but to look here.
It's all designed to keep us, like you said, looking away from us and these concepts. They always have these religions and racist ideologies built in to keep so we don't unite. Because if we unite, they know their plans falling apart. We won't need them anymore. What it was a bunch of old men with castles. They got a military, but without the people. That's why they want machines and stuff, because they know at some point their whole shit's gonna fall apart, and who's gonna take, who's gonna shoot the guns and drop the bombs? They could program machines now. So,
Yeah, but lately, Charles,
now it's a matter
lately,
of
have
time.
you noticed lately? I'm saying just lately, like that's been all along, but I'm saying
Yeah.
just recently, over the last few months, they are taking us with all these crazy stories they give us, are
They've been doing
taking
that
us.
for a long time. Yeah, they've been
No, I
keeping
know,
us
I know, but I'm
lost forever.
saying it's like they're scattering now. I put it that way. The leaders are scattering. They're scattering because they know we are becoming aware. So they're
Yeah.
taking us further and further and further away. And this is just what I'm recognizing. They're taking us so much further away. And for the people that aren't on board or don't realize, you need to look within you. Anything outside of you, you are projecting. It's normally within you, not the outside external world. And I don't care what it is. So I'm just noticing lately, like probably in the last few months, they have amped it up big time. So I'm wondering, is it because more people are starting to look within? They're like, no, 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 let's get them further away. Hence why they keep going
It's always
further
been like that,
away and all
Kimba.
that. You know?
Look at religion. They want you to give yourself to these gods and deities, and put yourself second. It's always been like that. Instead of putting yourself first above these gods and deities, because you are God. Instead, they want you
No,
to give all your energy to these people you don't even know. No one's ever met Jesus. You don't know who that guy is. But yet, people give their entire life to that deity or any other one. When you're the
but
Charles, can I
power,
share something?
yeah,
go
but have
ahead.
you noticed it's amping up, though? I'm saying amping up in the last few months is what I'm saying, which means if it's
Yeah.
amping up, that means it's crunch time. In other words, if they're amping it up higher than they were before, that means it's crunch time. That means like if it's getting faster and more predominant, that's what I mean,
Light and love, if I can share.
Yeah.
What people call sharing awareness, they're actually sharing division. They're caught up in their likes and dislikes, so they haven't really learned how to surrender the self. They're so caught up in words like self-aware, opposed to aware of the self. So what they're actually doing, whoever you think they are, they're just going with business as usual. The human race has been so fucking divided among themselves. They're too busy sharing their complaints among themselves. They're not actually going from within and say, okay, so am I the vessel? No. So who takes over the body when I actually go to sleep, or who's actually running the bloods when I'm actually talking to other people? That's another program beyond the self. Now, to be the observer of those things, you have to not get caught up in those things. In this case, people are attached to all their pleasantries. So now, once again, that division is likes and dislikes. You can't philosophize the whys when you're caught up in your likes. You can't go around doing all the how scientifically. There's technology that probably nobody here actually knows how to recreate. So people, if they understand what Wi-Fi is and all that kind of stuff, the whole idea of them playing chess, no, they're playing the let's feed the human race duality. Let's give them half full, half empty. Let's play the game of globe or basically flat. That is a game. Now, a person that really wants to use their sense, okay, so I'm going to walk, me and Charles, I'm just using you, Charles, as an example. I'm going to say, listen, Charles, I see trees out there. Yes, I see it, Dom. I see water out there. Yes, you do. I see a bunch of animals. Yes, you do. Now, let's look at all the man-made stuff. Now, let's look up in the sky. Do we see anything up there in those two flashlights that are down here? No. Has anybody ever gone high enough to prove one way or the other? No. So then why are people wasting energy on that kind of stuff? Because like most people, they forget, how does it serve? How does it serve them to know whether or not how everything came to be? Nature does not have lines. So that means that's one form of creation. What man creates, I'm talking about man, they create something else, it's angles. I'll give you an example of what man is. We have AI now. AI is manifesting itself from some other species. What it does is today it could be in one part of the world helping a guy do surgery. In another part of the world, it can help a child do actually mathematical equation. That is what's called the mind. The mind now works everywhere. Now, what we have are things called the brain. We have brains in the midsection. We have brains at the top. We have many receivers in our bodies, hence the word Kabbalah. In that you can receive and perceive. When you do all of that, then you have to be the observer. So am I supposed to do anything? More times than not, you just be. Because the body is the one that says, okay, I'm being forced to do something that really, if you really listen to it, like some people can do body consciousness, no, just let it be for what it is. We don't know all the karma that people do to each other. But anyway, I went on way too much, guys. But if you go inwards, that's there. That's why you do meditation. Meditation just means to listen. But what are you listening to for most people? They're listening to the chatter of the ego, the child.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I like that. Okay. And I've been saying for a while that I feel like a lot of people's inner child, even mine, I'm not going to say a lot of people, I'm going to say, speak for me. Inner child from people, me, I'll speak for me. It's like inner child's running around that are hurt. You know what I'm saying? They're hurt. They haven't been healed yet. So it's like the inner child are running around and fighting with other inner children. That's how I'm seeing things going.
I'm with you. That's the child hearing rares between the age of 7 and 14. You'll find out if you get angry at somebody, which is nothing wrong with using the energy of anger. Just don't become a professional. You have to know when to use it, hence development. Most people aren't developed with their feelings. And feelings is just another envelope of what's called emotions. You know, thinking, reasoning. You should be able to question those things, not others. People are still doing that concept of the biblical story, Adam and Eve pointing their fingers out. Forget about whether there's Lilith. Lilith is just a vengeful fucking being. But hey, it did speak to Eve and said, did God speak? So no, gods do not deal with fucking human affairs. It's insignificant to them. It's a physical form. It'll be like me talking to my laptop. It's what comes through it, the program that's within it. And even that, what actually runs those things? Electricity and Wi-Fi. Those are different kinds of energy. So, but once people realize that, they're not going to get caught up in there's one or two views. Share your views, but don't feel as though you have to point your views out. But I get it. People are still going to do what they're going to do, and they're going to say what they're going to say. So when I tell somebody else they're a child, they get all offended. I say, I'm still a child, you know, but I get it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Why I can play the parts. I can be a gesture in one moment. I could be this serious person in another moment. I can be sincere in another moment. Now I'm just being an example for myself as I'm interacting with other people. I'm not to be their teacher because then I'm just forming another dogma, whether it's religion, state, biology, science, or commerce. Commerce runs all of those things. I find it interesting.
Like that. I'm sorry. I like that you said that. You don't have to be anyone else's teacher.
No, you have teachings. But if a person goes inwards, and for most people, it's going to be very challenging in one lifespan to become a student. Most people might go into these clubs and be initiated. To be the student now, you have to learn to become teachable opposed to programmable. So now once you're teachable, then there could be many teachers in unknown realms to come to you. Some people do channeling through that as the teacher. So for me, I use my subconscious mind a lot. So what I do is I might go to sleep, put my conscious mind to sleep, and then eventually my subconscious can kick in. And when I say subconscious, I'm talking about the higher program, the one that actually does the breathing, the one that's when you start fasting and say, thank you, give me a break. So now what do you want? The ego is just the one that says, okay, I'll speak English today. That's the ego. Nothing major about that. But that program that we have running within in all of us through the mind, you can tap into. That's why we have people that can do channeling, people that can speak in tongues. You know, they can literally speak all these different languages, but they never learn because it's all programmable. None of us, I could be wrong, I overstepped by saying that. Some of us, if not a lot of us, have to learn sounds and frequencies first. Why? Because the vessel has been in that womb for 9 months. I'm not in the womb. I'm outside waiting to listen. I'm going to tell my mom what name I'm going to call myself, and then I'm going to jump in it. And then I have to slowly remember, what language am I going to speak? So I'm going to learn English. Okay, what does English do? It's a very meaningful language. Oh, I have to read books. Oh, that's a very linear process. And then we hear things, okay, but what about in the old days when we used to say good and evil, spiritual material? Oh, well, we don't use that anymore because this particular species, we're dumbing them down even more. Oh, okay. There's a fun one.
Right.
I didn't know.
That's a lot of information in a very short time.
True, and I can still be full of shit. And it's
I
easy for
missed
a
your-
person to realize that. Hey, Chris.
2% day one.
I missed your text in the chat earlier, Dom. I can't see him anymore. I think you were saying something to me. Go ahead, Charles. Hello?
Where'd you go, Charles? I'm here. Amy walked away for a second.
I forgot this was a lounge. Right.
Yeah, right. So we kind of just. I was like, I'm sitting here with my tea. Yeah,
yeah. You look up and
Is
then
it my turn?
a third of the
Yeah.
people are gone.
My turn to talk. Oh wait.
You know, I was actually gonna say something to what Dom was saying earlier. Just I actually got a call, whereas I was gonna give my input. So I don't even know now. I can't remember what you guys are speaking on.
Was it about the people? Was it about the people? Like who wins gets to rule what class of people? Like the chessboard and the players? Was it that?
Okay. It was that was way earlier, but yeah, no, that helped. I mean, you said that and got me on track a little bit. So
Okay.
I don't know. I like when Dom. Oh yeah, Dom was talking about like the duality script. And he was going deep on a couple things. I was feeling the inspiration there earlier, but I have to let it come back now.
It left like a hot fart in the night, huh? Yeah. That's why I jumped up here, because I saw
Holy
Dominic
cows.
come up here, and when the things you were saying, and because I heard you speak over on OTWs, Dom, I was like, I'm gonna. And then when you got me with the whole checkerboard and who wins may rule this people. I'm like, oh man, they even have movies out like that. I got that in the movies, and I'm like, what if they're really doing that with us? Oh my!
I think sorry, guys. I think, Kimball, what happens is only can ask other people to hear each other, because that's the conscious mind's role. The subconscious mind is to listen. So now that's why when some people say they got mugged, and how do they remember how the person looked like? Because there's something there 24/7 for the whole lifespan. So what I ask people, I said, hear me, but listen from within. But if you don't know actually how to do it, that's why some people, it's usually the conscious mind is ones that are doing anything after thoughts, such as reading an oral, which is fine. The oral teachings basically gives you an opportunity to engage many receivers. The written work only entertains the hemispheres. So most people eventually, when they read a lot of books, they become scholars, and they might miss the fact that they're also very intuitive and insightful. So for you, say, Christopher, when you're saying you were listening, because a lot of people pay attention with certain things. This is why when people do certain kinds of elusive mind-altering things, the mind wants to serve, but people limit themselves. So they say, well, then I can only talk through you through a very scholarly approach, and this is why intellectual people get caught up in all that stuff. People that are very intuitive, more times not, women are already placed in an intuitive aspect because they're childbearing. They would lead intuitively. So for me to communicate, and I usually do anyway, I lead through my feminine energy, not my masculine energy, because the feminine is the negative energy, the unknown energy. The masculine is what we call karma, on the out part of it. One's public, one's private. But unfortunately, people never really engage those two things. Because people get caught up in males and females, opposed to no, those are energies. How are you using it? I'm just using a word to describe even energy, because I really don't see words. I don't see when I call something a tree. I don't see it. I see the object, which some people would call the material. I'm using another word to describe the undescribable.
That's how I've been feeling lately. Like I can't use the words they give us. I'm looking at the object, and even if I go to repeat the words and say them, they don't even sound right in my head. I'm like, what the hell is that word? That don't even sound right.
And Kim, a simple example is somebody could say, okay, I know how to speak 5 different languages, and they describe the same object. I said, does that confirm or denounce the fact that that's not what that is? That's all programming. So when I say the word red, people will associate and look at the color red. I said, now close your eyes. Where do you see it? What do you mean, Dom? Well, where do you see the material and where do you see the word I just said? And you receive the thought. And that thought, did they receive it or does it come from within to what people call liquids? The memories in the liquids. Those are all possibilities for people because most people are caught up in outcomes. What's the answer, Dom? Okay, so 1 + 1 = 2. So if I say 100 - 98, does that still give you the same outcome? Well, yeah. What about force to trap 2? Does it still give the outcome? It's when people stop getting caught up in the outcome, then we can entertain different ideals. And this is why other speakers.
And that's where they start looping. That's when you start looping, Dom.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then what happens is then the species become useless. The human race has become expendable. The form itself. Why? Because whoever we truly are, which we probably participate majorly in the destruction of all of this, we're still alien to this realm. The human race, the animal part of us is feelings. Dare not talk to somebody that thinks that they think they're the body. I'm like, okay, so explain how boats came to be. Just because you have hands, but how'd you get the concept? How'd you get all the different alchemy of languages? For some reason, we forget those things. I don't know. Maybe that's design. Maybe there's another species that basically dumbs us down. But if people truly want to fight back, whatever that may be to them, don't worry about all their lynch people, whether or not all the different tiers, you know. But again, they're going to do what they're going to do.
Right.
Let's fight. Let's make a revolution. No longer it's the Catholics. I mean, the Christians against the Muslims. It's the flat earthers against the globalists. It's against the blood people against the urine therapy people. Holy smokes! It's the carnivores against the vegetarians. And I'm like, okay, but you eat meat, but do you eat domestic meat? Do you eat wild meat? What do you mean? And when do you eat it?
Right. And then it makes it more confusing. Yeah.
You got a lot of good points and a lot of stuff that also makes my brain twist a little. You know? But yeah, most of the things that sound logical, and yeah, there's a lot of things that we call names or look at and see or have words for, but we don't know actually what it is. You know, to be honest. Yeah.
Right. So is anyone else, since a lot of us are breaking the program, is anyone else experiencing that shit where you're walking around and you say certain words and you're like, refrigerator. No, it don't even sound right. Where the hell they get that? I don't even like that word. No, where all the words, you're just breaking all that. You're like, this, they give it that word. What the hell does that word mean? That's a stupid word. That's what I'm going through over here. I could have made the language better myself. That's how it feels. Charles is cooking. I hear him.
Well, the division is got to go. You know, I agree with that totally. You know, all the little differences between each other, or if you're vegan or that you eat meat or whatever, it doesn't really matter. They are trying to divide us on all fronts, and we should be careful not to fall into that hole. You know, that they laid out for us.
Charles, you're far away. You trying to talk from the kitchen? Because I can't hear you.
He's snuggling in the corner with one of his crystals.
Right.
Taking all that energy, and he wants to make sure he's doing sun gazing while he's doing it. I love it.
Charles, are you rubbing on your crystals? Come back to the stream. Come over here. We have good stuff going on over here.
As long as it's not kryptonite.
Dom, let me ask you something. First of all, how you say your name? Dominica? Domenico.
My name itself is Domenico, but I like the name Dominic. Dom, Goofy, Fool, but it's Dominic.
Oh, okay, Dominic. Okay, I like that name, Dominic. Okay, Dominic, can I ask you how long, because you're quite the intelligent one, How long have you been speaking about stuff? How long have you been speaking like this for? If you don't mind me asking. Or
Probably
how long?
years. Yeah, year, but it's a gradual progression because as I speak, I kind of
Yeah.
hear myself and I'm like, oh, really? Okay. So, and then I make some observation, whether it's my buddies, more times than not, I can deviate from talking about sports long enough to say, hey guys, and then of course it was a typical flat earth globe thing about the Illuminatis. Those are just progressions to say, okay, Dom, what did you really learn? Don't get attached because if I'm on one side or the other, it doesn't really matter. So anyway, so
Yeah.
probably for me, these kind of topics, because I started YouTube and all that, probably about 5 or 6 years. But it doesn't have to. The energy is progression now. So people that do it in 3 or 4 months, if they truly sink into it, they'll get the information. But how do you discern what do you do with it? Most people judge it
Yeah.
versus just discerning it. And yourself, since you asked me the question,
It's been about 8 years, and that's exactly what you're saying. I'm seeing too. It's like it takes time, It takes time and
okay,
practice. That's why like before, because my life I didn't have most of a voice. I found it, kind of ran around with my voice for like 5 years. Maybe went a little overboard with it, learning things. And now I'm getting back to the balancing stage of myself, where I can listen, be the outsider, the inside, listen all the way around. And it's nice because that's originally how I was before, trauma and life and all that shit came and, let me take myself away from me. So it's just a matter of getting back there. So yeah, I resonate with that as time goes on, get better at how to communicate and handle things. But that's why I'm glad you just stepped in there with me and Charles, because I knew what Charles knew what I was saying, but I was saying something a little differently. you know?
I think, Kimba, what
Yeah.
happens is,
That helps.
some people might be resonating or really enjoy just being in the heart chakra. I've just chosen to open my throat chakra, so, but for some people, that's important for them. And then they'll protect it opposed to just experience it, be the observer of those things. And there's other people, they really enjoy, or they just don't know there's other ways. So they end up staying in the lower chakra. Like think about the flag that they use for the alphabet names for the people that they're conditioning to think the same sex, which is fine, but they reverse the chakras on their flags. So, but again, it's not really about the flags. I mean, the colors, let alone the notes. Like I hear you say time. What does time really affect? The vessel is affected by age, but what is really time? What we call time, clock and the watch, that's not time. The sun and the moon, those are signs. So what is time? Time is in some sort of unknown realm. It's an energy. That's why the number 4. That's why when people see 111 4 times, acronyms of 4, that's adds up to 4. 4 is time. That's why it's not in the sequence sequence. So if people start realizing everything has energy to it, so like numbers, sigils, how you place words plays a role.
Yeah.
But I get it. People want to take a word and say, well, let's add it all up, and it adds up to 333 or 666. I said that's part of the program. You're not being the observer at that point. You're just trying to fit in something. That's a very intellectual way of pursuing things, which is fine. It'll serve them. But
yeah, and then and like for me, I go back and forth with that. Okay, so yeah.
Nothing wrong with them. Nothing wrong with it. But it's when people bring in their likes and dislikes. They want more of that, less of that. So most people in suffering, they're caught up in their attachments to comforts and pleasures than they are in resistance of pain. What is really pain? Women's species have way more pain receptors than men do. So we're not truly going to understand when it comes to physically experience it. But if you tap into those other planes, emotional and mental, you will be able to experience those things because, as I was saying earlier, when you understand how words work, you're experiencing more of that than you are on the physical plane. The physical plane is a very linear experience. And then we start giving words to it. And each word actually has their own thing. And then you can even break it down to sounds and frequencies. And that affects different things.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Oh, Charles, you're back. Okay. What were you making? Were you cooking something, Charles? Frequencies. And then you know what? They're
That
messing
was
with
hella
it.
funny. Oh my god. My bad. I just heard him in the background, like super far away.
Yeah,
That was funny sounding.
he's in the back doing something. He left us all here to talk at the lounge while he went to supervise, whatever.
Yep.
And
I'm
you,
just listening to y'all while I'm at work here. Just got off my break, drinking my caffeine. I'm on Midjourney, or I'm on Discord right now, messing around with Midjourney.
oh, you're on Discord, yeah. And you
Yeah,
know,
I have a bunch of hours left, or like time allotment with my subscription. I have a lot of hours to be, or minutes or whatever it's called, to be running this software. So I'm just enjoying it while I have it.
you're always doing something. Then I forget you're very young. You're still young. What are you doing?
I'm trying to use Midjourney to make like cool stuff for YouTube thumbnails, or if I have some type of theme of what I'm speaking on, having different visuals that I don't have to pull from like non-copyright or some type of stock imagery. I can just go pull from my folders of stuff that I've created using the AI art. So there's a lot of possibilities at this point if you use this stuff right.
There you go. Kimba, you just said something to reinforce the program. You said to another being that you're young. You honestly think it's the physical body that actually is the one that's...
Yeah, I know. I knew you were going to come out with that.
Christopher, what I get him, I'm already knowing it. He's a being that's been around for a long time. He just likes to have fun. He likes to have fun.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm just looking at my physical body, Dom. That's why.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
24 hours, yeah. And I still like to do that. That's what I'm trying to get my body back to, I can tell my body's upgrading by what I'm able to do now. So it's fun.
I'm trying to stretch more.
Well, you stretched yourself right off the stream, Christos. Look at that. Oh, you can't make that.
Some of the exercise that people can do if they really want it, it's really simple. You buy a bag of potato chips, put it in a bowl, hand to mouth will work your elbow a lot.
What? Why are you working?
We're talking about stretching. People are again talking about outcome. Oh, I would have to go to the gym.
Right.
Why would I have to go to the gym? Well, because you want to exercise. I'm like, yeah. And I'm making fun of it because I realize each to their own. This is not a one fits everybody kind of realm where, we all should be thinking alike. Kind of when most people get involved, Kimba, is they buy a white car and now they think everybody has a white car. No, it doesn't work that way. The conscious community, whatever they call, are not conscious. The fact that they got to say the word, they're not conscious. Because if you want to know what the fuck do I do that? It's sort of like the truth community. If you're around the energy of love and truth, you'll know you're around it. It's not something you just talk about it. What people call love is just basically obligation and duty. Love would be something where, say, me and you, we have a child and we're taking care of somebody else's child. Our child will experience what's called love. They're seeing the parents being kind to a total stranger, but giving it to the child directly, that could just be obligation and duty. I take care of my own. Okay. But again, I'm playing the idea of energy.
I like that because I have been saying for a long time, like you say, people want to run around, and I did it too. I always speak from experience because I went through it. I did it too. I ran around, and I'm aware. I learned. I'm aware.
We all do it.
Yeah. And then I crossed that line, like you said. I went over that line, and I was like, "Why am I running around announcing that?" And then announce it, and then I recognized, no, you just be good. You recognize who you are as a person, and you heal, and get over your look. That's where look within comes in, and you look inside you and get over you and your shit. And when you get over all that stuff in you, no matter what anyone says or does, it shouldn't affect you. It shouldn't, because you're good with you, and you addressed everything within you. But like you said, like I said, the programming is hard. You know, like me, I will jump back and be like, hey, wait a minute. I wasn't right what you said, but I have to stop and think and be like, wait a minute. Did what they say aggravate me because they were right? That's when I stop and check, or I'm like, or no, they're looking at something within them and they just projected it on me. And then I'm like, oh, okay, I can see clearly now. The rain is gone. Yeah,
I
so
love this song. Well, again,
oh,
even that,
yeah,
it's already within us. So, for
yeah.
example, when somebody says something, people have this program running on about right and wrong. I usually just say right or left, or if you're in England, do 4 of them, you're done a roundabout. So now that's me just playing with the program where somebody will say, well, Dominic, you got me upset. No, it reveals something about you. So now I could still take the onus on my part that maybe I was maybe mean, but then again, at the same time, I could sit around and say, but if I complimented you earlier and you accepted that part, then why aren't you accepting this part? What do you mean? I said, when I told you you had a nice looking car, you chose to say, oh, thank you very much. But what was it? Where was that feeling from within? See, I go under the premise, and I've shared this with people, all humans are self-absorbed. So now let's work from that platform. Now, people will say, well, Dominic, but I'm selfish. I said, that's self-absorbed saying that. Now, once you become aware of that, how does that serve me? You know, it's funny when I hear people that are very self-absorbed and they're just acting more in the masculine part. And then when they get cornered, they make it about me. I said, isn't that funny? Everything is always about you. And now you, in those moments, you think you're going to throw rocks at me. It has nothing to do with me. I'm the observer of those things. Now, if I have a personal issue with myself, I'm not going to be in public. I go in my own car and I'll fucking rip a hole. To a point, most people would want to fucking defend me. I said, that's not your responsibility. Most people are reacting. Once you understand responsibility, then you can do the concept called accountability. But when people start pointing fingers, it's the government. I already know where they're coming from. It's my parents. Now I know where you're coming from. Where's your accountability? Because last time I remember, most people are going to play this idea, I'm independent. I said, not when you go to somebody else's grocery store, using their money, using their gas, going on their trains, going on their planes. What you have is called privileges. So that word right shouldn't even be spoken out of anybody's mouth.
We get privileges.
Sure we do. The form that you're in. Now, some people can come into a form of a light-skinned person, for example. What other people want, they want the same privileges. I said, I didn't create the system. Now, people play this game of white and black. I said, no, time out. Human beings are either light-skinned or dark-skinned. White and black is designed for the unknown and known, which is called magic. But unfortunately, people say, but I said, then they're laughing at you because you're still thinking you're black and you think you're white. I said, no. If me and Kemba was in around a Nigerian, I'm light skinned. If I'm with an albino, I'm dark skinned. That's just a game. That's perception based on the body. Same with genders. It's just a body. If we're playing with species that don't have genders, then for them to say, oh, you guys are still worrying about gays and whatever. You know, what about in our time, Kimbo, when they used to have sex education? That's where the error was. It's not the responsibility of schooling system to teach their kids about their sexual orientation. But now what they did is they just added a couple things. I'm only repeating what I heard other people talking. It resonates with me, where you change the word gay. That still has nothing to do with it if they understand population reduction. But where was everybody when women were forced to or being tempted with doing birth control? Or when they increased the economics throughout the world and people are more indebted than they ever were? Where were they then? As we're using their technology called Wi-Fi and the internet and their computers and giving them all the kinds of information to feed to the AI. I wonder where we're coming from.
Right.
You know, if it's not a giggle, I don't know what it is. But I get it. People want to fight, which is fine. Go, sorry, Kimba. You're breaking up, by the way.
Who, me?
Yeah, it's you actually, Charles.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
I just think this technology is created because it, you know, like you see in these movies in the 80s and early 90s, how computers were running civilization or uncivilization, shall I say? We went from civilized to uncivilized, not the other way around. That's what they want. Like I was saying earlier, they know at one point people are gonna, what's in the dark will always come to the light, for lack of better words. they know that we're going to figure them out one day. Their lies and witchcraft, it's not even that powerful, these spells. If we figured this shit out through the years, I've always seen through the lies, but my friends couldn't. So I felt alone, but thanks to technology, I found like-minded people. So that these robots is what they want to put. You know, the military got robots, and that's critical, man, because these robots don't have feelings. All they got to do is program it to kill, and that's there won't be no talking to these robots. You best annihilate them, because that's all they're gonna do is annihilate us. Once that robot's programmed to kill, forget about it. It's not like a soldier that has feelings. And look at China, they're rolling out robots in the streets already that tell people it's time to go home. They were showing these like robot dogs that roll on wheels. And they were like, it's time to go home. I don't know. It was in Chinese, but it's crazy. You think people are going to smash these robots? They'll be fucking scared of them. That's funny. They'll probably like make it in the law. If you bash a robot, you'll be charged with murder, right?
Yeah,
that's
you're
crazy.
right. No different if you decide to smash a stealth plane. So I guess in that question, because I'm hearing you, Christopher, thank you for sharing that. Question I would have to ask: how does that serve you to share that information? I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm saying how does that serve you when you share that information? As long as you grasp it, but how do you think that would serve somebody that's working in an office or a parent driving their kids to school? You know, especially if people started talking about how electricity affects people on a regular basis or radio frequency, how it actually puts a lot of people into disease. It'll probably, I'm maybe jumping the gun here, it would probably serve probably the few, not the many. The many, they're oblivious. They're already caught up in other programs. As long as people realize you're showing it to the few, because it's the few that are running the show too, but it's the masses that are going to enforce it. And how they enforce it, they follow it aimlessly. So now we're living in an age where knowledge is out there, so they're going to have to do it consciously, be ignorant. But even if people do know it, doesn't mean they understand it, or let alone have discernment. I get it, I'm with you. You know, there's all this different technology, but that technology has already been around for a long time with military. They've done studies, they train a lot, they spend a lot of resources to get maybe 6% of a human being to kill another human being, because there's a program running and knowing that you're going to be doing karma. So now if they can get these drones doing the same thing, just keep everybody.
Yeah, I agree with that, Dominic. The technology's always been around, even our ancestors. I think that's where we get all of our. If we thought of it, I tell people, what makes you think our ancestors couldn't have thought of the same shit? So. Well, yeah, we were saying about the duality. I was doing something in the house, so I wasn't able to bring it up. But the duality you were talking about, yeah, I see that in all the symbolism. Even the double-headed dragon, that's the sun and the moon. There's always something splitting that one source into two. Even though, you know, man and woman, sun and moon, they're always creating this. Even though the sun and moon comes from one source of light, or I don't know how we could say man and woman are one source, but yeah, for the most part, everything starts from that one source, the womb.
The polarity that I'm talking about usually is the sun above and whatever's below us. The grounding is just the midpoint. Like think about a plug, for example. You have positive and negative. You have yin and yang, wisdom and understanding. That's polarities. We get to experience those things. You know?
Jesus, the negative energy. Jesus is the high energy, and Satan's the low energy.
Well, at that point, you're probably talking more about the right-hand path and left-hand path, crystal opposed to Luciferians. And then there's the middle path, but you can also be the observer of those paths. You can elevate yourself and just observe those paths, because those paths are for experiencing. You can experience those paths, but you can also observe those paths. So you can participate, and how you know that is you're not getting caught up in, oh, it's right, it's wrong, or it's wrong and it's right. Like, I don't like what those people are doing. I said, well, do you know, I'm not saying for you, do you know what's been put into place for the eons or whatever, how many centuries, whatever? I get it. In the old, there were certain people that understood how to work with energy. Even today, the masses don't know how to make a car. They know how to use it. Same with electricity, same with Wi-Fi. Whether or not people want to value NASA, well, there's a good chance there's a lot of channelers involved, and there's probably a lot of psychics involved. Same with Hitler, when they had people like Blavatsky, Bailey, and all these different characters. There's a lot of things going on. And of course, we're probably this one big zoo with 7 continents. Absent of that, Bermuda Triangle could just be a portal. But for people, it's kind of feeds into the whole pre-programming with all the TV shows, sci-fi, which is great. There could be beings that are giving messages to say, listen, do you want to eventually leave that particular realm? Why? Because that realm is already being ruled and anchored. So for me, I say kind of openly, humans have become, or the beings that are behind them have become disobedient. They don't know their place. It takes a lot of effort probably to somebody to rule all the landmass. Somebody has to play with the moon and the sun. Unless people think magic, like everything just happens. And I would lean towards magic, but I know what they're saying about magic. Oh, you're just thinking woo-woo. Okay. As they think they have some sort of university degree. I said, well, who built the building that you're in? Who gave you the concept of the written work? Who gave you thoughts? You know what I mean? Who made your parents? Once a person realizes it shouldn't be about them, that's where you have to surrender the self. The program should not be running the household. And I'll change the word. The child should not be running the household. But for most people, that's what's happening. Prove me wrong. Okay. What does that do for you? If let's say I'm wrong, what does that do for you? It just gives them a moment of happiness, feelings. Again, I threw a lot of stuff out there, and I always give the caveat, I could be full of crap, but even crap serves a purpose, whether it's fertilizing crap or toxic crap. Thank you for allowing me to chit chat.
You've been saying a lot of great stuff. A lot. It's making me think.
Sadly,
yeah.
Some of that stuff I share, for some people, if they bring it inwards and they don't have the right set of balance with themselves, have a strong foundation, they're going to actually be disturbed with their enchantment. A lot of people don't want to break the program. They play with the ideal of spells, but what does spell do? It reinforms the enchantment. Same with sounds and frequency. Same with numbers. I get it. People like to say, well, it's a spell, but they go in it with this ideal that, oh, it's wrong, opposed to just observe it. Observe it. Right. Don't go in there with judgment, because once you go into judgment, you're not going to see all the different sizes. Like I tell people, don't vote. Why? Because now you can see things sideways, opposed to forward and backwards. The person that voted made a decision, and they have to live by it. But most of them even do that. What they do is, oh, but I don't like the opposing party. That's not who you voted for. And you were talking earlier. Yeah, you can find all the puppets. They were already conditioning Trump from a long time ago when they brought him with McMahon, another low Mason. I don't care if he's 33. He could be fucking 103 as far as I'm concerned. He's a low Mason. They're here to anchor this realm. Most of them aren't aware of that until they started going to higher degrees, if that's important to them. But even now, I'm using an English language. It has 5 degrees built in it. Modalities, degrees. There's a lot of degrees, teachings, whatever you want to call them. But for them, they've already made a choice. They want to earn fame, wealth, whatever. That's fine. Me and you could play the same game, too, if we were able to print the money.
They just want the material that isn't going to matter. You're dead and gone. You can't. None of that crap.
Yep. And when some people go to war, what are they defending? They're not defending who they truly are. They're defending the vessel, which is a beautiful thing. And we should learn. I'm talking from a hypocrite. It'd be nice if we learn how to steward the vessel. And then once we learn how to steward the vessel, the ones that do, they move on to stewarding the land. I don't know where people get the idea that you own anything. How can you own things?
I like how you said. Oh, my bad. I thought you were finished.
No, go ahead.
I like how you said to observe it and not I forgot the whole thing you said, but you said to observe, like
Mhm.
the spells they cast. You're saying to observe them. Me, I try to figure out myself. I don't really judge or compl- I just like analyze. I want to know, that vibration. A spell is just like a song. It sounds. It changes your molecular structure. Just the people you choose to use certain words. It's just like a melody or a song. A lot of these politicians know what words to use and be smooth talkers. They know what strings to pluck, your heartstring. They just do a lot of telling people what they want to hear. But it's all a game. It's like a pimp. They're pimping us.
To a certain point, Charles, but there's a good chance most of those politicians are doing like when singers go on stage, they're channeling at that point. We don't know what they've invited in. If anything else, you can do discernment on what's coming out of them, and maybe even do discernment if you want to monitor their body language. But for most people, they get caught up in their likes. I don't like them, or they don't do this for me. It's like when people say the word, say me and you were sharing somebody and somebody says, I agree or disagree. I'm like, that's your ego talking. I don't give a shit if you agree or disagree with me. Just hear me out. But I get it. I'm like, okay, and that works for you. So when we look at those politicians or whatever you want to call them, they're running a script. Now, like you said, they might be, or maybe there's something that channels through them. They grasp the idea. They understand how frequencies work. And they know that if you actually get people in a certain state and then it multiplies, so you're in the presence of a whole bunch of other people in low energy and me and you are high energy, we're going to be pulled to that energy. That's why we have to remove ourselves. It's not about saving anybody. It's just being aware of your surroundings.
Nice. I like the way you put that. When you are become what you surround yourself with, for the most part.
Mm-hmm. This is where you were talking about crystals, for example. If you line your doors with certain selenite, you might actually resist certain things. Like the person can still walk through the door, but whatever's following it energetically can't go through that door. Especially if your intent is, I'm cleaning the room. A lot of times we welcome in things without aware, in so many different ways. That's why when people have arguments on these platforms, they forget they're talking from their own house. So they're monitoring all of this. I'm talking on an unknown level. And they said, listen, if I went to your house right now, Charles, and I started having a conversation with you and I just talk about something and it kind of disturbed you, whether or not I was telling you it was correct or not, it's your place. And people will actually guard and defend their residence. So I would have to realize, okay, I have to talk to you in a more of a neutral location because my intention is not to harm another person, but indirectly I still could be harming somebody because especially if they've been enchanted. They'll play that perpetual defend over and over again. Uh-oh, another Canadian on the floor. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I know. I'll mute. Hi, Bex.
I had to balance it out. We had to balance it out. We're like a little we're like Sesame Street, but we're not. We're like two of these things doing their own thing. Two of these things. Anyways, it's the wrong song. Nice to see you all.
Yeah, welcome. At least we have the energies balanced, too feminine and too masculine. I usually my feminine energy. So.
Oh, I don't know if you'd want to pull me in as a balancer.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm a balancer, Dom. I wish I could say I was. I'm constantly putting myself in awkward positions and discovering hypocrisies and being incapable of pulling myself, well, not incapable, but then being tongue-tied about, and then just sitting. And anyways, I came to say hi to you all. I'm sorry I missed you over the last couple of days. I've been trying to catch up on my sleep. Threw me in a different loop, and I ended up somewhere before you went live this morning that I probably shouldn't have been. But by the time I was awkwardly sitting up there was I could have gotten out of it, but I didn't. So I won't, I'm not here to talk about it, but I am here to say hello to you guys. And also, yeah. Tell Christos if I look like a fucking hypocrite right now. I know I do.
No, I don't. You're good. I didn't.
Okay.
I was in and out of Z's stream, and yeah, we don't even have to talk
Yeah.
about it. But
Yeah, no, we
thing
won't.
is,
that's all I wanted to say to you was
but I'm
you know?
gonna just, I
Yeah.
was just saying, like, even if we did briefly speak on it, it doesn't even matter for real because I know probably anyone in the live chat most likely wasn't over there, doesn't know about it.
Yeah, and we can talk another
I
time.
yeah,
Yeah,
for sure. But I
'cause
I just wanted to say that I'm sure you weren't even thinking this, but I'll just say it anyway that seeing you over there didn't make me think in any type of way, just because the two people there were going at me earlier in the stream. So I didn't.
yeah,
Obviously, we don't. But I know people out here on the metaverse do run that way. They'll be like, "Oh, you're on this panel with that person," and somehow
yeah,
some type of issue.
yeah.
Yeah, we can. I'm down to talk more. I mean, I want to talk with you about a bunch of different things, regardless of all
I'd
that.
like to.
But
I would like to do that as well. And I know that you're like
yeah,
me in that way. You take numbers and emails, and then end up back out here in the metaverse, being like, I'm the same
yeah,
way.
but
So
we're good. And yeah, no.
yeah,
I just wanted to let you know there's no elephant in the room,
yeah.
just because of like
Good,
stream
good, good.
stuff earlier.
Good. I didn't think there would be, but considering I was more just in case, even though I know it wouldn't overlap, but for the sake of some of the situations that I made deeper friendships out of over the last few weeks based on, me reorganize, based on emotions and then reassessing and apologies and stuff like that. I just thought I looked like a real hypocrite,
Well, I
Um,
think at the end of the day, I could see that your intention is just like when you hopped on O2Ws recently, is just like trying
mhm.
out new places, regardless of what the current, I guess, state of things
Yeah,
is within that community or whatever.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, I appreciate that. And I have been because I hung out with Dominic and yeah, Dominic the other night over on Cage's channel, and it was really nice. So, one of my favorite,
Yeah, I
one of
hope
my
to hop
favorite,
over on Cages as well soon.
yeah, one of my favorite places to be was with you guys there.
Once again, Bex, sorry, I got into a little barking mood that day we were there. I learned that and I apologize.
Oh, honestly, that's where like if anyone here could have seen what happened, what happened there, and how like honestly, we're allowed, yeah, you did nothing to me. You did nothing to me. You
Well, I saw
didn't,
then apology goes to me actually, because when you tell me shit like you can spin on your head longer than me, I got me upset.
Well, yeah, and do apologize for yourself for carrying any unnecessary
right.
sentiments, any unnecessary guilt or shame over just being human, and but commend yourself for being diplomatic, because I might have been upset. So
I got
appreciate
to carry shame. I got to carry shame. I thought me apologizing quick enough prevented me from putting that in my body. But again, thanks, Bex, for being you. Actually, hon, I appreciate that.
You're back, Charles.
Yeah, I'm over here trying to. We'll be jumping out here in a minute, but
I figured as much.
I got a lot of stuff to do. I'm a procrastinator. I have to stop doing that. I learned once I do it and get it over with, I start thinking, why did I procrastinate? Just get it done.
Marcus Aurelius. That's my next thing I'm going to listen to is the Marcus Aurelius. What's it called? Dominic?
About Stoicism. Go ahead, Charles.
Stoicism. Yeah. Yeah. Meditations on Stoicism by Marcus Aurelius.
Dominic has been saying a lot of great things up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been saying things like Charles has some really nice pair of shoes. He has a beautiful purple crystal. I saw that, by the way. That's a nice crystal. I like that crystal.
What did Charles say he's doing? What? Charles, I know you said you're about to end it soon, but what are you doing in the background?
Oh, fishing a cart with the store.
Oh, okay.
I took you on another adventure with Chuck.
Yeah, earlier I was just basically talking about how, I don't know what you guys last heard, but I was basically saying I'm 25 now, and when I was in my early 20s, my older half sister, I heard her in her mid to late 20s complaining like a dang old person about her body hurting, and she never drank water, she never took care of herself, she's such a narcissist, and just a whole bad thing. And I saw how these people that are in their 30s now like started complaining in their late 20s about body pains and stuff, and it's like a lot of that's coming from you just being ignorant and denying yourself proper quality of life. And all I was saying earlier is I've been stretching more in the mornings naturally and just consciously stretching different parts of my body, because I started realizing the past couple of years I let myself get tight and constricted, and I started noticing that through the subtle energy body, especially over the past couple of months. Like I've been getting back into healthy eating. I know I was talking about intermittent fasting the other day, but getting back into a yoga routine is like pretty high on my priority list right now, actually. And so I'm just starting with small things like end of the day and start of the day, stretching the legs, stretching the whole body, just getting yourself
You're
feeling
right.
a little better as you start moving around.
Her pain would go away if she would start drinking water, hydrate, and flush the body out. A lot of these pains could be lack of minerals and
Yeah,
vitamins.
very true.
Hey, Chris.
So I just don't want to be one of these people in the modern day that's like entitled and just ignorant and complaining when they're very able-bodied. They're just not
Mhm.
taking care of themselves, and it's a whole mess. And I'm not here to put people down, but I've just had close family that I see how much they cut themselves short and started like acting like they were in their old age when they haven't even hit their middle ages yet. And it was just very bizarre. Something with this culture, it's got people thinking in these, you know. Anyways,
I could
conflicts
probably
and
help,
whatnot.
Chris.
But
Chris,
yeah,
I
go
could
ahead,
help.
Dom.
What you could do for you personally, you could buy these really high decimal points earplugs. That'll help first, so you don't have to hear them. And the second off,
Wait, hear who?
You buy yourself some good, really decimal points earplugs. You put them in your ears. This way you don't have to hear other people, whether elderly or young, complain about all their joints. That's number one. Number two, for all us elderly people, if you're sitting in front of a laptop with your chair, move the chair back just a little bit, and as you're stretching to the keyboard, you're getting your stretchings in.
Yeah, that's good. Ergonomic posture. That's a real thing, though. People
It
have
probably is.
standing desks. I need to get a standing desk for real, so I can do work while I stand.
And they got those. They have those ones that actually you can. I'd get one that raises and lowers and just get rid of the other one. Because they might be a little bit expensive, but unless you're not. Anyways, doesn't matter. I just know they've got ones that you actually have like a lift.
That would be nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then put a bowl beside the laptop, so you put your chips in there. So this way you have to stretch in multiple ways, and coffee on the other side. So there's a lot of stretching going on there. Now, guys, I'm joking, right?
Mm-hmm. But that putting earplugs in your ears for sure. Even at suggestible illnesses, like
snoring. You have a husband or wife that snores. Kids playing in the background. People telling you about really important spiritual stuff. This way you don't have to hear that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the benefits I thought it would have if I maybe thought about getting a serious relationship. I might then I could find out if I snore at night or not, but I'm not that curious.
Oh man, that was a good one.
Well done,
and my half sister is like, this is years ago. I'm just recalling the past times where, and I know you were joking, Dom, but seriously, I just see these people that are just only slightly older than me, and just acting like victims, and like they're so disempowered, and I don't let it like truly, like it doesn't like bother me. It's not something I'm always thinking about, but thinking about stretching just kind of brought me back to people I know, my family, that were would never even consider stretching or drinking water, or just doing these normal things for better quality of life. You know, it's just the answers are right below our nose to the rest of our body, you know.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I learned. I was actually in grade, well, definitely by the time I hit high school, I already had seen my girlfriends in grade 7. If they didn't wear makeup to school one day, people were like, what's wrong? Are you okay? You don't look very good. You know, and they wouldn't even say, oh, you look ugly without your makeup. It was just that people were so used to a painted face on a little girl that everyone just like, are you sick today? You know? And I was like, fuck, man, that's I'm not getting into that crap. Plus, I'll tell you, I
Right.
wore glasses. I feel like I have spiders on my eyeballs when I put mascara. I feel like Dolly Parton in 9 to 5 when I put makeup on behind my glasses. I'm just like, this is just too much. Like, I don't know how women wear makeup and glasses. I can't do it. In fact, when I went to comedy, I tried wearing makeup so that I could look better under the lights. And every time I'd try it, I'd get up there and I'd be like, how do I look tonight? Do I look good? I put makeup on for you guys. You know, I'm wearing it my favorite way, wiped off. And every time I put makeup on, I'm like, nope, not going to do it. Yeah. So my point is that, you know, that starts so young with a girl. My friends, by the time they were like hitting age 20, the 21, they were having a midlife crisis. No, 22 was the early life crisis. Because they got to be 18, you know, legal in Alberta, 19, legal everywhere, 20, you know, now you're the new decade, 21, you're legal in the States, and now 22, I'm all washed up, right? You're like, oh, geez.
Legal to do what? Legal to do what? I'm already trying.
Drink. Drink.
Oh, yeah. Those Canadians. Don't they drink at 14 in Calgary?
At 18 in Calgary, you could.
I think they're allowed to. Is it still they're allowed to drive a, what you call it, one of the farming machines at 14?
Yeah, you're right. And in fact, when I was a teenager, I think you could get your license at 14 in Alberta as a farming kid. I could be wrong.
I'm wondering if that applies in certain places where in America there's a lot of farming land too, I guess.
Yeah, because I know that I was one of the last people that had to get 40 hours under my belt, and I got the same driver's license as an adult. And then right shortly thereafter, they introduced a gradient system to, having a different, an L and then an N, and it takes you about a year to get your driver's license. And then you have to have this flag on the back of the car that basically actually flags to the police that you're a new driver, and, to look for infractions. And so then if you're most parents any smart parents got their kids driving lessons and didn't put the magnets on the back of the cars and just let their kids risk it.
Of course, that's being sensitive in other parts of the privileged world. Oh, but that's child labor. That's a sweatshop. We're making them work. No, they got to participate in the family.
So you're out and about, Charles?
Yeah, I was at the register. I hate going shopping.
Me
The only
too.
thing I like about it is fucking air conditioning. Other than that, the prices are ridiculous. And like I said earlier in the live, I spent $150, and it's like, what the hell did I get? This is why Joe Biden should be punched in the face several times. We're being duped by the government. We always have been, and yet it just amazes me. I've always said this. I'm really tired of saying it. How we're so powerful that all we got to do is just stop doing what we're doing. Stop going to work one day, everybody. But people are so programmed. They're like robots themselves. They're clones. They're so programmed from school and TV that's been uploaded through their eyeballs that they know nothing else. They wouldn't even know what to do with themselves if they didn't go to work. Everybody says, oh, I need a vacation. But while they're on vacation, they're thinking about how they need to go to work to make money. We're so powerful, all we got to do is stop one day just to show how powerful we are. the rich, the elite are like leeches. They feed off of us. Like what Dominic said, we give ourselves too much credit and put us on the board that we're the below the board. We're holding it up. And if we walked away, that whole system would come crashing down. People just, I don't know. No matter how many facts you speak, people dance around it. They don't want to hear it. They just want to continue to do their slave activities. They love it. Some people, they love being slaves. Who said that? That was what's his name? Bill Cooper, William Cooper, one of the two. He said they love being slaves. Who was that comedian that we saw?
Bill Cooper? Bill Cooper?
No.
Hicks.
Cooper had a radio show. Hicks is pretty good. The other guy who died, Dex knows what I'm talking about.
The older guy, what's his name?
What's his name?
Sorry, I was reading the chat.
George Carlin?
Yeah.
Digging in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you said sorry. I was digging in my nose. Yeah. George Carlin. I mean, even though he's a paid opposition, and he's put in there like a chess piece, he does take truthful, serious topics and make people laugh. But yet, people just take it as a joke.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, like I've always said, once something goes viral, like it could be as serious as they're poisoning the water. Once you see it over and over and over, it becomes normal, and it desensitizes you on how serious it is. That's why the TV is the greatest weapon they've ever made, because once they start making it viral and show it over and over and over, it just becomes normal, and people won't do nothing about it. They're like, there's nothing to that. Just like they're trying to do, I don't even want to get in that topic. But one day I'll have a live stream where we can talk on any topic, but
yeah,
if I speak on a topic, forget about it. I'm trying to think of a serious topic that they've just commercialized and made it like it's just the norm. There's tons of things they do. Chomo activities, they want that to be the next norm. This world, they've used the TV to its fullest, and they parasite. These programs are parasites, man, and it just fires me up, man. I don't know how it don't affect me, and why am I not a slouch, just ignoring everything? And sometimes I get frustrated, and it's like, why did you pick me, right? The universe. Like Dick Gregory said, when the universe chooses you, put them glasses on. You can't force no one else to put them on. You know, it's up to them.
Yeah.
It becomes, people think it's like living lavish. Oh, I know something you don't. No, it's really, anyone can learn this stuff. They open their fucking eyes and stop having excuses and accept the truth. It hurts. It does. But no matter how much you want to deny that it's true, it's the truth. It's there. A lot of the truth is like a shock to the face from Mike Tyson. It's detrimental. But what do we, sometimes I get so tired of talking about this shit. It's like, what are we going to do, man? Let's make a move.
Well,
like I've tried law. People got excuses for that. I've tried walking away for that. Yeah, what's self gonna do? When people say that, that's number one. I'm always focused on me. But me alone, what am I gonna do to make a change? Focusing on me is number one always. It's every day. that's easy. That's life to me. That's just something that I always do. If I never focused on myself, I wouldn't be in this position, seeing them through all this shit. But it has to work as a collective. Nobody can change all this solo.
Charles,
But,
can I ask you a question? Charles, can I ask you a question? Would you mind?
Of course.
Okay. I'm not concerned how old you are, but in the time that you've been in that form, have you ever been outside of that form?
Outside of what?
That form. The vessel that you're in right now. When you go in the shower, are you outside or are you still in that vessel? When you go in the car, are you outside or are you inside that vessel?
I'm always outside of my vessel.
Okay, I'll go with it. Okay.
See, this is where Dom and I are going to be good resistance for each other.
You know,
in that.
Am I focusing on me? I know these psychological games people play.
I'm just trying to break it down, Charles. So if you know,
but I know my breaking down would be different. My breaking down. I'm here haciendo la cruz. Which means I'm making the cross. Sorry, Charles. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter however I answer it. There's going to be a breakdown coming. I've already.
Well, I was going to go with it because people, when they go one direction, go the other.
I'm always thinking. That's the problem I have.
Mm-hmm.
I barely sleep sometimes because my mind's always thinking. I can't turn that off at times.
Maybe next time, Charles, we'll revisit this.
Well, and you can no, Dominique. I don't need to interrupt right now. I can zip it.
I want to hear what people have to say. I'm not mad or not, and I know.
I get it. I'm trying to assist in who you're going to align with. So now, for most people, they're still caught up thinking that they think they're the body. So now, try to align that with them when they look outside and they think they're over there. It's kind of like it's a self journey when you think that way. Now, if you don't think you're the body, now you would have to be talking on the spiritual plane. Then we can unite with each other, because the human race has never shown, and nothing in history has ever shown, that they've actually worked consciously, collectively. Now, unconsciously, there could be something wrong. Go ahead, Charles.
I realized my higher self been screaming at me for years. I just couldn't recognize it because I was tied up in the religion.
Yes.
And then when, about 7 years ago, I realized it ain't up to no God. Ain't no one gonna come save us. That inner voice, people say it's the source, but no, I think it's my higher self.
Okay, so quick question right there. This is where me and you in the garage now. You said higher self. Who's the one that's speaking, that's talking about the higher self? That's not who you are. The higher self is just another program. It's like when people say, I'm not the body, I am the body. Who's speaking? This is the mind fuck that most people play with each other. The higher self is just another program. You can observe that program. Now, that program, that can be harmed, but that body's already been stamped to eventually expire. So who we truly are, then we could play this wonderful world of what are they really trying to anchor. They're not here to anchor the physical, because they already rule that. They're just trying to keep you delusional to think that for some reason. Well, the Illuminati, no, it's kind of like arguing with the computer, and even the program that's in it. That's not us. Now, the Wi-Fi and electricity, energy, we can travel through that.
That's part of the game too. Calling them the Illuminati, and that's just a name. They're no better than anyone else. They're no higher than no one else. It's because they got money, and they think they own it. They think they own it.
And maybe, yeah. See, I agree that with a lot of what you said there, but the difference between my higher self is trying to incarnate into my body here to blow this system to smithereens. You know, if you're saying the vessel is tied to this system and they've trapped my soul here, which I can agree, I also know that this vessel was designed for my body to incarnate into and not take any of the shit this world's told me. And I feel there's a spiritual dip down into the flesh pool implied by that I have no proof of the before or after except for what my bones say, and my bones tell me that my spirit's been in these bones before, these particular bones. And until I actually own them as my own and stop treating them like they're separate from me, I will never get to enlightenment until I take sovereignty in this body.
So you're saying, Dominic, that voice in my head isn't me. Okay, the voice in my head that been telling me for years I am God. And all this religion is fucking cocky talk.
People use many words, I guess. People use many words to describe the undescribable.
You think the voice in our head is like a beacon? It's the computer. People say this realm is controlled by AI. No one ever thought of that until technology came out. Even though, for the most part, tech could have always been here. But I'm just saying, as far as like it's been put in our hands. In 1994, I never heard anyone say, we were created by AI.
The only thing I can say, Charles, and I'll fall back, is Kabbalah. We have many receivers. It's the vessel's receiving information. So when we speak, we're not actually speaking from the vessel. People want to call soul, that's your feet or whatever. Those are just more receivers. But again, you want to entertain that ideal, you can, and then you can manifest it, but that's fine. But again, like I said, the receivers, you have two up in the brain called the left and right hemisphere. You have your heart, you have many receivers within the gut. So those are receivers. It's kind of like looking at a cell phone and a satellite dish, but where's the energy in between? Is it coming from there? Could it be some other being in another part of the world playing on some sort of computer? And it says, oh, those humans still think that actually everything's there. Could be.
Yeah. I want to know what it is. Sometimes I get tired of it. I do it a lot myself, and I'd be like, I think, or maybe it's this, and maybe I want to know exactly. Fuck the maybes. Well, I think I get tired. I do it myself a lot. I'm trying to figure everything out, but
that's usually the hemisphere.
To travel to the North Pole, I think that's where this beacon or voice is coming from in our mind. Because I used to ask my mom, what the fuck is this voice in my head? How am I speaking in my mind? I used to ask my mom these questions.
Sure.
And she could never answer that. I was 7, 8 years old. She's like, where are you getting these questions from? And I'm like, just thinking about it. Just like religion.
It'll be like asking somebody else, your parents, who taught me how to breathe. That's not a human thing to really inquire. You have to go inwards for that. But even that, some people aren't ready for that. So that's why they can listen as much as they want. They can pray as much as they want, inquire. It's not meant for that. That'll be like me willing to say, okay, I want to learn all the languages today. It's not designed that way. Some people might be able to do that. I shared something in the private chat, if you guys don't mind. If you guys want to look through it, there's another being that shared things. You just gave it a different example of it. Maybe you guys can get some bits from that. But once again, I thank you, Charles. Like I said, anything I shared here today could be full of crap.
Oh, I thank you, man. I appreciate you coming up. You said a lot of well, he jumped off. But anyway, that was awesome, man. I'm glad Dominic came up. That was dope, man. You said a lot of good stuff to make me think deeper. Because I've always been the person to, I don't know, I just think all the time, and I gotta conquer myself.
Yeah, Dominic's a very appreciated
Yeah, come back.
New addition to the communities. I'm seeing him all over, in a good way. Like he's been checking out all these different channels through the communities and their crossover. So yeah, I mean, I've seen him all over the place in live chats saying what's up, and I've actually had a couple builds with him on cages, which has been pretty fun. Especially ever since I patched things up with Axis Rat Blood, which I love, man. And, you know, because giving it a second look and dropping this whole little metaversal back and forth we had going over past stuff, including like Ian and We Are Awake TV, Cage actually did facilitate Axis Rat Blood and I coming together on a stream and just saying, you know, I don't have anything against you, and it was mutual, and that we were gonna stop fucking with each other and hating on each other in the live chats and on YouTube comments and stuff. So that was nice, and that's something that, you know, you never know what's possible. You never know what's around the corner with these dynamics and these experiences, and it's just nice to be able to be like, yeah, let's stop hating on each other, because honestly, you know, there's going to be this content creator doing these streams that we both appreciate. We're both coming here for the same reasons, and we're going to end up hopping on the same panel. Why are we going to make this awkward and unnecessary just because of some past metaverse lore? That was good. That happened recently, and OTW coming back has been nice. And I don't know if you were there, Bex, but on OTW opened up recently on Z Stream the other day, and basically about like a mentor he had growing up with guitar and music dying, and OTW was super vulnerable and really just put it out there, and some interesting stuff happened where Jack Talcott started coming at him, doing low blows, and brought up him crying on a stream, and like was trying to belittle him with it, which was just so bizarre coming from the life coach Jack Talcott.
Yeah, the dude himself, man. The dude, not the dude. No.
And what was cool as well is after they were going at each other's throats on Paul's channel, actually just last night Jack was doing a stream and I came on because I saw Joe Cool and I saw OTW, and Jeff Pizer was on there, which he's been known for doing a lot of goofy bits and dressing up as people from the communities and coming on doing little cameos or whatever the hell. But just to go along with the Axis Rat Blood thing and him and I putting aside our differences, after all that stuff happened between some streams, OTW and Jack Talcott were, you know, cool with each other, and they both apologized respectively. And it was a really good stream, actually.
I'm glad. Yeah, I think that screaming at each other is contagious. And I know it's obvious when you're doing it with someone who's screaming at you, but I don't think people realize that it actually crosses over into your communication style when you're doing it on YouTube all the time. It can for some people, you know. They're not feeling heard. They start speaking passionately, and suddenly, you know, I was screaming is the wrong word, but I just mean we're all heard better when we're calmer, you know, and acting. And that idea of giving people respect first, right off the bat, I think people need to understand that we're missing the appropriate word for that. When we're acting in good faith, like you say, Christos, like, you know, acting in good faith as good faith agents, and we can trust the world around us is acting in good faith. That the good faith is the action. Respect comes after you've been wronged. To respect something means to review it, means to relook at it very closely, right? So that you can actually get back to that place of good faith, and you will actually gain respect for somebody having an interaction and acting in good faith through it, you know?
Oh, say. No, I'm joking. I'm in a giggly mood. But I'm glad this was a good build today.
It was. I got to do some catching up. I got to go watch what you put out there, all your pictures and stuff. The last two builds.
Yeah, I found a bunch more of the. You remember the double-headed dragon that's twisted?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to synchronize a bunch of pictures that I have to show, because I see it. Remember the one I found, the tree that was twisted just like the dragon? I got a bunch of pictures that could align with that. And I was looking up the seven-headed beast, because there's different variations. And the more I researched stuff like that, I think it's all a distraction. Like, what, you know, I always thought to myself, what the fuck does the history matter? Like, you can't learn from it to change the future, but most of it is just like running in circles, and we should be concentrating on how we could get some land, how we can work together to get a huge piece of land. Like, I think the problem with the country here in America is we're taught to think like it's a dog-eat-dog world and only worry about yourself. But if we work together as a unit, we could accomplish so much more. But it's a motherfucker to get. People have nothing but excuses to work together, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've figured out through the years. Like, nah, man, white people do this. Nah, man, black, it's a racial thing, or it's a religious thing, or it's nonsense. Imagine if each person put $1,000 together, how many fucking acres we could buy that's ours and plant our own food and tell the government to go shove one up their anal cavity.
I would love to, Charles. Let's get together sometime. I would love to run the picture that I have in my head by you, so that maybe I can solidify it up, and then maybe I can show you what I'm seeing from all this symbology. And with all the pictures you've looked at, I think you may find that this hasn't all been for a moot point. I think it all has to do with geography and the lie of the realm we live in. And someone really decoded something in your live yesterday or the day before. I've lost track of time. When they were saying that they thought the winged beings represented the sun, right? So I think when there's two wings on a bird, we're in a two-sun system. When we're at two heads on a bird represent two suns in a system. One head on a bird represents one sun. Three heads on a bird represents three suns. We are in Dios. We might be in a mono world right now, but when we have Dios and Diablo, that's a die system. That's two monarchies, one, and Tri, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, is where they overwrite that story, you know. And this is energetic systems. This is energetic systems that affect the Christos in all of us. But I'm getting too far. But I'm just going to say that I think that look at the two. I sent you two things in Telegram just a day or two ago, and one of them shows a bunch of things spiraling, and from the top it shows one view, but when you look at the sides, and that's part of the key to what I'm saying here. And yeah, but anyways, I think that if I don't want to say more here, not because I think that anyway, I got gems that people couldn't, I'm just saying, but I think the way that our brains work together, when I share with you the model I have in my head, I feel like you're either going to be like, or you're going to be like, and boom, your added insights are going to really fucking blow my idea out of the water.
I've always thought, like, I was looking at prices of land, and I also think, someone had said this before, and, I've thought it too, that everyone's good at something. I know carpentry, plumbing, electrical, basic electrical and plumbing. I could do sinks, toilets, and all that basic shit, but I've never ran pipe from the street to a house, and I haven't soldered pipes, but I've watched my boss do it, and I have an idea of how to run with flux and all that. I fluxed and did that, but he wouldn't let me use the torch because he was a prick. But That's simple to me. But I know carpentry, roofing, you know, and then there's going to be someone that is good with plants, and you know, it'll. To me, like I've just stepped outside the box so many times, and I think that's the problem with the U.S. is they purposely, a capitalistic society creates selfish people. I'm not saying it's selfish to work on yourself and to build yourself up. That to me, that's just natural. You're supposed to do that. That's just natural. That's number one. But working together, I don't want to run from the system. I just want to walk away from it and just do me. Even though in the system, I'm still doing me. Like I never knew that the taxes, they taking money from the taxes were dropping bombs on women and children. When Dick Gregory said that, I said, man, they were using our tax money to drop bombs on women and children. So we're just as guilty for paying our taxes and funding them to do that. I don't want to work for nothing in this system. We could topple the system so easy, man. Like I said earlier, and just, you know, what's that? I Expose MCs says every time his video starts, he says we're powerful. All we got to do is walk away for one day from our jobs. It's just getting people to realize that. Look what happened when they made us stay in the house. How much money did the country lose in that one day when no one went to work? We could stay home for one day because the government tells us, but we can't stay home for one day to empower ourselves, to show who's in control. You know, I think it's too that people like being told what to do. You know, it's sad. I hate being told what to do. Maybe that's why. And maybe I'm insane because I always thought the system was after me, so I'm always trying to figure shit out. Like they're trying to play me and shit. Maybe I'm psycho and everyone else is normal.
I don't think so.
I watch the news now and I just laugh. My roommate thinks I'm insane. I'd be like, yo, 99% of that shit is bullshit. My roommate gets mad, be like, why would they lie, right? Why would they put that on the news if it wasn't true? And I'm like, oh man, dude, whoa. But my roommate grew up in a different time, that's why. Some people you just can't unplug or they'll just fall out and perish. Formaldehyde face. You ever watch They Live? When he goes, you're okay, but you, formaldehyde face. Oh man, that's hilarious. When he puts the glasses on and that lady looks like someone slapped her in the face with a hot stove. Her face looks all melted and shit. Forget it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's been a while since I've seen that movie, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah. There's a lot of classic scenes from that.
Baby Ruth. Whoever played that dude did a good job. Like, homeboy knew what a Baby Ruth was automatically. When he pulled the candy bar out, he's like, Baby Ruth! He was about to rip the whole house down for that candy bar.
Who's Mans?
Huh?
Yeah, I'm just being dumb. I said, who's Mans?
I don't know,
phrase, whose man's is this? It's just a funny phrase.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. When a dude came and you were in the back, like, whose man's is this? That was hilarious. That was funny.
Yeah, I need to update my avatars. I like this one I have right now more than any of them right now, actually.
I like that too.
That reminds me of the hot stove. People will step on that and bust them right in their forehead, and they still won't wake up. They'll do it again and again and again, thinking of a different outcome. I don't know.
It's actually from a meme that I'll send you guys at some point. I have it saved in my photos. I can't really drop a link right now, but I think I have most of you guys' numbers at this point. I know I have Charles's saved.
I just put mine. I put mine in. I put mine in the chat today. If you want to scroll up and grab it.
Okay, I see it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta jump off of here because I'm just thinking I gotta do some cleaning that I don't want to do, but I've been procrastinating.
Yeah, you're good, bro. I need to get back to work. I'm gonna charge my phone, so I'll be talking to y'all.
I might go play around on StreamYard and pop up on my own channel, just because I can. And read from my
You should
boring
go live later. I'll come by later.
Okay. I'm way down on sleep, so I had talked to Drop and a couple others, and thought I might go live at noon today, like in an hour and 15 minutes. I wanted to schedule it at a time that I knew wouldn't conflict with you, at least for now, you know. And at least in general, I'm just saying, like, I mean, I would rather be here hanging with you. But yeah, so I don't know how much later were you thinking, Charles?
That sounds good. The project I'm doing shouldn't take that long.
Well, and I was going to start out reading from my very boring book. I know it's not boring. I just like to call it that. To me, boring is a bad word, so I'm taking it back.
People that can't sit and listen, it's boring to them. Like, you know, I just want to say these videos that are so fast, 60 seconds, like, whoever created that, to me, it's not enough time. They've made people's minds fidgety. Like, I think by people watching fast videos like that, they all of a sudden become antsy. They can't sit and listen. There's something to those fast videos. Like, people have microwave brains. I used to be like that. I couldn't listen to a whole song. I would change the song. My friends would get pissed. They'd be like, "Stop touching the radio." Anyway, big house, long hallways. I've got 10 bathrooms. But let me go do this so I can get it over with, and then I'll be looking out here.
Okay. Cool. And now once I'm up there too, I'll send you a link in Telegram either way.
All right.
Okay. Have a
Thanks
good day. Much love to you. See you shortly.
And Christos, Marcel, Lucid. Appreciate everybody. I'll check y'all later. Peace to the gods and goddesses. And I'm out of here.